All right, Anin Oshki Migizi Indigo, Charlie Thayer Indigenous Cause, Odawa Zagaini, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and my name is Charlie Thayer. I am on the policy team here at NCAI. My portfolio mainly focuses on environmental work, but today I'll be helping staff this working group alongside my colleague Viswa Tej, who is passing around a sign-in sheet. So welcome. I'd just like to, if we can start with the opening prayer, and then go from there. And we're also joined with co-chair John Brady as well today. So yeah, welcome to NCAI Seattle. It's my second time in Seattle. I'm glad to see the sun today. I hope you guys enjoy your time while you're here.
Okay, I just want to say good day to each and every one on behalf of NCAI Peyote Working Group, agenda. I want to say to all our elders, also we're going live for those that are watching. I'm going to say a good day to each and every one. Weecha Wednesday today, so supposed to laugh, smile. But nevertheless, we're carrying on. I know we have an agenda here, and then I want to thank our hosts, the NCAI, our administrators here for making us all feel at home, making us all feel welcome. And then to all our tribal leadership, I want to thank you all for being here. It's appreciated very much. But you all know, as Native tribes, we all have one goal, one plan, and one kind of a golden rule that we always do before we start our whatever doings that we may be having. We start off with a prayer. So before I go further, I just want to say my name's John Brady. I come from the NACNA Nation, Fort Berthold, North Dakota. And I'm currently the co-chair of the NCAI working group, the task force, and also currently Native American Church of North America president. To me, that's just a title, but nevertheless, I want the best for our future and for our good way of life, And I'm really thankful and glad and happy to see each and every one of you here today. So at this time, I want to call upon our dear uncle here, Mr. Edward Arlene Washines from the Yakima Nation. I always feel that wherever area we go to, we try to pay that respect to elders in that community. Let them know, hey, we're going to be over here. Just let them know that we're going to be there. I don't want them to know afterwards, gee, I didn't know you were around, like that. So at this time, I want to call our uncle here, Mr. Washines. Come on up here and we could open this a prayer this time. So.
Nechmaitski, minaima machna. Kun me waniksha shmaya, shapatunki me waniksha Edward Arlen Washines. Ko washna shiakma knikiwa, sedespa. Ko kwatanu shama shiwa, yoniwe itchin, yiwa winch kutilaki. Ko jiwa chi ti chamya. Kamani ti cham, wichin yiwa. Ko Salish relatives. Good morning. My Yakima name is Shmaya, and my English name is Edward Arlen Washines, and a member of the Yakima Nation. And welcome you this morning and to the homelands of our relatives here, the Coast Salish people. And I'm thankful for them for allowing us to come here to bring our instruments and bring our prayers and our songs. And I'm going to share with you a song here this morning. The song that we are talking about, the things that we are going to be mentioning, especially the medicines and the foods and the water. And these songs, they come to our people, they're unwritten in the unwritten law of the Creator. And so to welcome you here to this land, to our people's land, to this area, I want to share this song with you. And this song comes from the food itself, the medicines. It's a song that they gave to the Creator. They made this song and gave it to the Creator and said, this is to thank you for asking us to sacrifice ourselves for the people that are coming, you're going to put here. And so he gave this song to the Creator, and today we use that song still. And so I'm going to use this song for what is going to take place. And thank you again, each and every one of you. It's good to see you. Some of you I haven't seen for quite a while. So welcome to our homelands again. I appreciate you being here. Appreciate my nephew, my son, my daughter, my niece for asking me to do this. So I'm going to call upon my brother. I have an older brother. We've been members, officers of the Washington State Native American Church chapter since the late 70s. The late Mr. Ted Strong, our brother, was the chairman, president, and my brother here, Delano Saluskin, is the vice president, and I'm the secretary treasurer, and we've been officers ever since. So I'm gonna call my brother up here, and when I'm done singing this song, I'm gonna ask him to say a few words and say a prayer, and as an elder, and also call my grandsons here. They came with him, his bodyguards, our bodyguards. But these young men, they follow our ways too. They follow the Native American church ways, and they help. And so this is what we're here for, is to talk about these young people, to encourage them, to help them, to let them know that we are here to speak on their behalf, and that one day they'll speak on our behalf. So I welcome them here to help us sing these songs. They sing these songs. They listen, they learn, and they understand, and they use this bell. And this bell is an adopted instrument. We heard this sound this bell makes way back. And when it came to our people, they put it into our traditional ceremonies. So I'm going to use this bell and sing a song in the 3 verses. And when I'm done, then I'll turn it over to my brother here. And when he's done, and then I'll ring the bell. And then we'll all raise our hand and say aye, which, and then if you go to church, other churches, and you say amen. And in our way, that's what that means, amen. So, good luck. Anam will play kush, Swai will play kush.
My name is Delano Saluskin. I'm from the NACNA Nation. And I want to say it's an honor to be here amongst all my fine relatives with regards to our Native American church. And I want to say thank you to our relatives here from the coast for allowing us to come and talk about what is important to our Indian people across the nation. But at the same time, I want to be thankful that it seemed like it hasn't been that long since the medicine has made its way to Washington State. And it's something special, it's something sacred to us here. I have, in my heart, I have a fear. I fear that our medicine has the same fate as maybe our buffalo, our salmon, our lands where our foods are grown, and even us as Native people. But I guess that's why we have love, faith, hope, and charity. We want to look forward to a better day, like our relative John said, something positive, something good. And I know that the work that is going to be done here is going to have a positive effect. Think about my grandsons here. You know, ever since they were young, they come in, they go, you know, they've tested the world, they've tried different things, but I'm thankful they made it back in the circle again. So, you know, I'm glad that they're here with me. And we just have to keep praying for our children. That's what they say. We're doing this for our children. You know, we do this for our children. We want something good for them. We want a prayer. I want to say good morning to my brother here, Lawrence Spotterberg. He used to work for the NACNA Nation at one time. He was our economic development director. And I'm very proud of him. He's the chairman of the Kiowa tribe now. And I guess I'm a graduate of Fort Sill Indian School. I didn't know about peyote back then. You know, they used to send us to the Methodist Church, the Catholic Church, or whatever church that, you know, I guess we identified with. But, you know, I wish I would have known something about it back then. This was in the 60s when I was at Fort Sill. But anyway, I just want to say good morning. I thank you all, and I hope we have a very successful presentation here today. I know with John, it'll be very successful. Thank you.
With regards to our chairman here, Spotted Bird, the Yakimas, we train the best. So I want to ring the bell and say thank you again to each and every one of you. Thank you.
want to thank Mr. Washine's here and the Yakima Nation, the good relatives, the bodyguards here, and then all the good relatives that are here today. Most of all, I want to thank our elders that are here, and I'm really glad and happy that you all are here, because when we see our elders in here, it makes us feel confident, makes us feel safe. You know, what's going to be said, what's going to be done, you know, it's going to be, you know, that way, you know. And then I know along the way, you know, last year at this time, we're on the East Coast. We had a Native American Church Peyote Summit, you know, talking about our American Indian Religious Freedom Act, you know. And then here, same time, a whole 1 year later, we're over here on the West Coast. And amongst all you good relatives, amongst all you good people, tribal leadership, you know, our heroes, our warriors, our prayer warriors, you know, and then all the lady folks, you know, the backbones of your families, your tribes, and your communities. I want to say a good blessings to all of us here today. What's going to be said, what's going to be done, like I was saying, you know, that we could all learn from each other. And we know all the issues out there, but we need today to find some solutions. You know, maybe a door might close over here, another one's going to open up over here. You know, so I know you all come from good families, good ways, good teachings, you know, and then when we get under one roof, you know, how powerful, how awesome it could be. So all our efforts here as far as, you know, the National Congress American, the task force, you know, we have over 40 years of resolutions, you know, since American Indian Religious Freedom Act. So here today, we're trying our best to get some enforcement from our tribal leadership. We're trying our best to implement all these resolutions. You know, it seemed like these resolutions are just kind of like, yeah, we can get approved, motion and go, but it needs to be, you know, implemented. You know, we need somebody to stay consistent on it, you know, not just conference time. You want to bring it out, dust it off, and try to pay attention. No, it has to be all the 4 seasons, you know. We need, if you can't do it, maybe we could have somebody, you know, make these efforts to, you know, take charge and do what it needs to be done. Because if there's a ARFA issue, American Indian Religious Freedom Act, there's no office to call. If there's an issue, you know, and it's probably the only law that probably don't have a budget, you know. So we're trying our best here today to kind of make it come alive again, you know, make it, I heard elders here a few years ago, they said they feel inspired again, you know, they feel motivated again, you know. They see all the challenges out there, they see all the issues, but there's nobody talking about it. There's nobody, they're just kind of pushing it to the side, you know. But this is our way of life. This is our grassroots teachings. Each and every one of you, each tribe, each family come from awesome teachings, good ways, and upbringing. So going further here, you know, do that song now or when you're up, Tuki? When you're up, okay. We'll do that in a few. So going forward, you know, we have updates here. And a little bit of, I just want to kind of shine some light here on our, kind of our discussion, our draft, you know, kind of our description of, yeah. What's up?
Introduction, everybody can
Okay, we had a relative here. She wanted everyone to kind of introduce themselves. Same time, we got a sign-up sheet here. So maybe we'll start here in the front row, make our way back. Then we'll go over to this side here. So I know we have an agenda. We only got 4 hours here, so okay.
Keenan Grossbeck, Chairman, Northern Rapo Tribe. Bishaya Wanwas, on the beach group. Anania, New Palm Beach. Niwan Tindaway, Vice Chairman of the Fishing Band Tribes. Great to be here. See my brothers here as well. How are you?
Nope.
Oh, good morning, Lawrence Spotted Bird, Chairman of the Travel Tribe.
Good morning, everyone. So yes, my name is Donna Ann Klopp, and I'm a council delegate with the Navajo Nation. I represent Children Chapter.
No, anyway, you got here.
My name's David Gover. I'm a managing attorney with the Native American Rights Fund. I'm calling you to talk to you.
No.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rosa Nyazi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Crystal Friday with the Navajo Nation Tribe.
Good morning, relatives. Arnold Thomas, Vice Chairman, Shoshone Quiet Tribes of Duck Valley.
My name is Bob Begay, member of the NACNA Nation.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ryan Sandoval, Navajo Tribe, the NACNA Nation, State of New Mexico, Coalition Peyote Way of Life. Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning. Herschel Walker Clark, Council of Peyote Way Life Coalition.
Hello everyone, my name is Catherine Coco Enders. I'm of Comanche Nation, and I recently discovered that my 5 generations back, Marcus Poco, was a peyote shaman and very close to Kona Parker. And I just felt called to be here.
Arlen Washington's Yakima.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Brady. I'm John's wife. I'm Kiowa, Apache, Cheyenne, Tonkawa, Pawnee, Oto, and Sac and Fox, originally from Oklahoma. And I'm very happy to be here and glad to see such a wonderful crowd, and may God bless you all.
Mike Fawn. Hello everybody, my name is Dorothy Reed and I am the Junior Miss Ute Tribe, and I'm proudly representing the Northern Ute Tribe. Thank you.
Ernest Harry Begay, the NACNA Association. I'm from Rock Point, Arizona, right over the hill from the notes over.
Good morning, my name is Terrence Tom, Navajo Nation from southeastern Utah. Thank you.
Good morning, Adam Ward, NACNA Nation.
Delano Sluskin, Junior, NACNA Nation also.
Please die, Junior. Delano Sluskin, NACNA Nation.
Nechmaitsky, Ineshwa, Wet'suwet'pum. My English name is Margelle Wallahy. I come from the Yakima Nation. I work under the Purchase Referred Care Program, and I'm just here and humbled to be amongst you guys.
It's
okay, go ahead. I'm Cookie Finder. I'm with the Yakima Nation Purchase Referred Care.
My name is Juan De La Cruz, represent the Oneida Tribe from Fort Berthold, Native American chapter of Flag Bear, and currently reside in Twin Buttes, North Dakota.
My name is Oahu Kamai, and then this fireplace, and then these prayers, and then hope.
Good morning, I'm Ruth De La Cruz, and I'm Mandan Hiradza, Lakota, Dakota, and from Twin Buttes, North Dakota.
Good morning. My name is Alice Goodfox. I am an Osage Nation Congresswoman and I reside in Hominy, Oklahoma.
Good morning. My name is Alex Turtle. I'm Navajo and Southern Cheyenne.
Good morning. My name is Larry Jackson Jr. No relation to Michael. Navajo Nation.
My name is Ashley Hesse. I work with Indigenous Pact, Comanche.
Yate, Shea Leandri Gazi Inishia. My name is Leandri Gazi. I'm from Fort Defiance, Arizona, Navajo Nation. I currently work at University of Washington, Tacoma as a tribal relations liaison, also a United States veteran, Army.
White Slach and Chai, Squish Buka Qualks, Tots Mary, Een West, Monique, Colleen Costin. Good morning, everyone. My name's Colleen Costin. I'm from the Colville Tribe, Moses, Columbia, Wenatchee, and Indiat, as well as Coeur d'Alene. And currently, I'm the Tribal Relations Director for the Department of Corrections for Washington State.
Hi, my name is Sheena Fortner. I work in tribal law and government affairs.
Good morning, everyone. Harvey Littlebrave, Oglala Sichangu, and I currently work with the Seattle Indian Health Board in the Traditional Medicine Department. It's an honor to be here.
Yate Bene, I'm Sharon Nelson. I'm a lecturer of Diné Culture, Language, and Leadership at Navajo Technical University. I'm happy to be here.
My name is May Tiger. I'm here from the absentee Shawnee, Yuchi, and a member, citizen of the Muskogee Nation. I'm an officer and trustee with the Native American Church of the United States, chartered in Texas, and humbled and proud to be here amongst my relatives.
Good morning. Darren Thompson, Director of Media Relations for the Sacred Defense Fund, coming from Lac du Flambeau, Wisconsin.
Hello. Okay, thank you all. Maybe over here. Introduce.
Well, I already got mine.
Okay. All right, good. I guess we're all good. Everybody knows. Same time, we got a sign-up sheet. And then going forward, our Native American Church of North America. And we was always told and mentioned that there's a seat there for you guys. It's been kind of vacant. You know, maybe it'd be nice if somebody could kind of uphold to maybe have a seat at the table, you know, things like that. So, so back in 2021, you know, we started, we had a Zoom conference call, things like that. So myself and Uncle Oliver Littlecook, you know, was asked to be co-chairs. And then along the way, you know, he was, we had more Zoom meetings along the way. And then kind of basically I think every 2 years or so, we kind of get new co-chairs. And along the way, Apache chairman, he was able to be here. Darrell Cooper, you know, was going to be a co-chair here. So I just want, but nevertheless, we're going to continue on. And I think thankful, you know, in a nice way here. So I just want to read here our kind of our mission and the plan, the goal, and the prayer here about this working group task force. You know, I was looking at the agenda, and they have us as a working group task force. Oh, no, you guys are a working group. No, we're a task force and all this. So I guess basically a working group is a long-term, you know, a long-term, you know, issues. So I guess that kind of fits kind of what we're trying to do here. And like I said, there's been over 40 years of resolutions of American Indian Religious Freedom Act. So, okay, our purpose and our scope here, the Peyote Working Group operates under the guidance and direction of the NCAI to uphold and protect and promote the spiritual, culture, and legal integrity of the Native American Church in all our ceremonial ways of life. Its sacred use of our holy medicines, the task force serves as a cultural and policy advisory body that ensures the sovereignty, religious freedom, and self-determination of Native people remain central in all discussions and decisions regarding our holy medicines. Our policy foundation, as the working group, is grounded in the principles of the American Indian Religious Freedom Act of 1978 and the amendments that affirm Native people's right to access, use, and our sacred peyote for ceremonial purposes. The task force aligns with the NCAI's resolution support of Native American Church of North America issued in the 1980s and reaffirmed by our leadership. Its policy and framework emphasizes protection, our peyote habitat, lands through tribal sovereignty and conservation leadership. Opposition to any commercial decriminalization or psychedelic movements that exploit or misrepresent our sacred peyote, our sacrament, and all our medicines and our ceremonies. As the government-to-government relationship between tribes and the United States regarding our religious cultural protections and respect for traditional leadership, self-determined church governance within tribal jurisdictions. In our work, our review, all our objectives of this working group continues to monitor and advise on national and regional policy developments affecting our peyote, mescaline. And our current areas of work include in consultation, education between federal agencies, tribal governments, and Native religious leaders to ensure compliance with ARFA, American Indian Religious Freedom Act, and related policies, protection of our sacred habitat, tribally led conservation strategies that are cultural access and sustainability over commercialization, cultural sovereignty, engaging policy discussions with NCAI committees, ensuring Native voices lead national conversations on peyote and our way of life and our religious freedom. Accountability and oversight, reviewing activities of non-Native organizations, foundations, and groups which actions impact Native religious practices or peyote lands are submitting findings to NCAI leadership. In support and coordination, strengthening communication and unity among Native American church, chapters, ceremonial leaders, tribal council, and our NCAI partners to uphold our shared principles of sovereignty and responsibility. And we all know the current challenges, so we need an urgent need for greater enforcement of the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. Despite federal protections, we need it continues to be violated across our United States. There are 13 states right now currently have legislation on the table to decriminalize peyote, mescaline. Actions that disregard tribal sovereignty and our sacred protections already established under federal law. However, the challenge today extends far beyond peyote alone. All of our sacred medicines, our ceremonies, and languages are under threat from outside interests and commercial influences that misunderstand or misuse our native spiritual ways. These are not plants or substances for experimentation. They are sacred elements of the covenant with that Creator tied to our identity in our ceremony and our language. So we try our best to encourage all our tribal leadership to uphold to their duties and responsibilities. So to all the outsiders, organizations, policymakers, tribal nations already have sovereignty and federal law in place protecting our holy medicine and all our ceremonial life ways. These are matters of religious freedom, cultural survival, not open domains for our inclusion to our non-native movements. So we try our best as a working group to stand as a cultural and a spiritual movement within the NCAI framework. Its mission is to defend not only our sacred medicine, our way of life, but the full circle of Native medicine, ceremonies, and languages that sustain our identity and our sovereignty. We remind all our tribal national leaders that sovereignty was spiritual before it was political. Through our continued collaboration, accountability, and cultural respect, the working group reaffirms that the sacred must remain in the hands of the original Native stewards, guided by faith, ceremony, and the laws that protect them. You know, that's kind of our scope and our kind of an overview of our policy in the work. You know, so like I said, it's been like 4 years now, you know, that we're trying to huddle up and trying our best to get some more enforcement. You know, as an organization, Native American Church of North America, we can talk till we're blue in the face, but it needs to come from tribal governments, you know, to get it across the finish line, to get it where it needs to be, because, you know, this is the last piece of our sovereignty that we have left. You know, we're looking for, you know, behind us, our children are watching, our grandchildren. You know, we don't want them to be any old way down the road. We don't want them to be Googling, YouTubing, or AIing how to do this, how to do that. You know, this room, it should be packed, you know. There should be, I mean, we're thankful and glad that everyone's here, but, you know, if everyone is really about their way of life and sovereignty, you know, because our NACNA mission and our NCAI mission, they align the same. They are pretty much kind of in alignment. You know, so moving forward, you know, I know as a, just got one more here. I just kind of been jotting notes down here. So it's reaffirming our shared mission and founding principles. In 1944, the National Congress of American Indian was founded and guided words of our Constitution preamble in order to secure ourselves in our descendants, the rights and benefits, our traditional laws of our people, to which we are entitled to sovereign nations. These words remind us that the sovereignty was spiritual before it was political, rooted in our sacred laws, traditional lifeways, and responsibilities to the Creator. The Native American Church of North America carries the same vision. Our mission, like NCAI's, is to protect the rights, traditions, and spiritual lifeways of the Native people, especially those that relate to our sacred sacrament, our holy medicine, peyote, and the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. NCAI has supported the efforts of Native American Church of North America through 3 formal resolutions since the 1980s. The first one, which bore the official NCAI stamp and the seal underscoring the Congress recognition of NCAI and NACNA's cultural, spiritual, sovereign role in protecting our sacred use of peyote. We believe that the defense of sovereignty must also include the protection of our ceremonial way of life, which remains the foundation of our cultural identity, self-determination. NCAI and NACNA have worked side by side to ensure the protection of our sacred ways, tradition, and spiritual sovereignty. We respectfully remind NCAI that our shared founding principles call us to uphold to spiritual sovereignty as the heart of our tribal governance, protect our sacred ways from commercialization and outside exploitation, continue to stand united as sovereign nation, defending our traditional laws and lifeways. So together, NCAI and NACNA can continue the vision laid down back in 1944, ensuring that our future generations inherit all full rights, responsibilities, and spiritual foundations of our people. So I just kind of wanted, I could go on, but I know you have our tribal leadership here, and I don't want to have them waiting. I know they're probably wanted in all these different rooms to show their support and make some comments, you know, so go down to B, our accomplishments. We have resolutions from the Cheyenne Arapaho tribe, you know, opposing all the decriminalization and all the commercialization of all these pharmaceuticals. Also, our Pawnee Nation, Iriwe Durahe, we have a resolution from the council of the chiefs, you know, and they said if need be, we could bring it down to the tribal level. So that was a thumbs up, you know, so that's kind of our accomplishments of 2025, you know, and there's more, you know, pending. We're just waiting on everyone, you know, to get on the same page. We don't want nobody way on the side singing song by himself or out of tune or hitting the rim or however it may be. We want, everyone in tune and harmony of our efforts moving forward. So our 2026, our goals is to have enforcement. We can have all these laws, all these paperwork, but if it's just sitting there, we need to make it, implement it. We need to have our tribal leadership, maybe they could designate someone to, be consistent and do what they need to do instead of just, kind of sitting there until, like I was saying, conference is coming up, then you want to kind of refresh your mind. But this is a lot of work, especially, and then it's a sensitive subject too. We all know, our way of life, so we'll go down to D, our scheduled 2026 meetings. I was thinking that quarterly we could keep everyone updated. So, okay, we'll go down to E. I know you're biting at the bit here. Our chairmans, and our council reps here. So we're going to give them this. We have a tribal leaders panel. Why we wanted to have that was because, yes, we know all the issues. We need maybe their good support, verbally, or however it may be. So at this time, I'm going to turn this time over to Chairman of the Northern Arapaho Tribe of Wyoming. And maybe just kind of shine light on, some encouragement and the rest of your tribal leadership here, to get on board and, moving forward here. So Mr. Kenan Grosbeck, Chairman of the Northern Arapaho Tribe of Wyoming, you can come on up. Can I give him a round of applause, or kind of hoop, holler, or aho?
Nialket, Hifti Knockasage, Ho Sena, John Brady, Native American Church, Nanana, Natchat Nisate, greet y'all this morning, tell you good morning. My Northern Arapaho name is Lone Chief, and I told John Brady here, I'd like to thank you 4 times over for asking me to come over here and speak on behalf of this holy medicine. And I just wanted to reaffirm, I was one of the very first tribal chairman to give them resolution to support this cause, because our sovereignty, our way of life is under attack. There's encroachment every day on our way of life. I mean, I'm a tribal leader, practitioner, and a healer from my tribe. I try to be the best tribal leader, chief for my people. I don't owe my time no more. And I try to get out there, sit on this Mother Earth, pray with my people, engage with them, find out what's going on with them, their issues that they have. Because a lot of us have relatives, relations out there, less fortunate, they don't have that good living that we do. And that's one thing that my uncle always instilled into me, Once you get good living, he said, hold on to it. Good job. Hold on to it. Help your fellow Arapaho, your fellow member out. And I tried to do my best for the ones that came before us. They paved the way for us. And for us not to be out on the front lines, not doing our part as tribal leaders to protect our rights, our sovereignty, I always think about, what are they thinking about us? Them people back there, they're warriors. They gave it all for us. And right now, we're just borrowing from our children's future. That's all we're doing, is borrowing from it. These ways that I have, they don't belong to me. They belong to those old people back there. I'm just authorized to use them. I always tell people that I'm just a simple man I don't have no power. Our medicines, that's where the power is at. Creator's power, the one that made all of this here, made it all possible. So me, I sit behind the medicine, I follow it. Brought me all the way over here. Made me a tribal leader through prayer. I love this way of life. I don't know where I'd be without this holy sacrament here that we have. I went this past spring, I went down to Colorado to read my resolution into record on our homelands, the eastern front of the Rocky Mountains. And I went to the wrong conference. I went to that psychedelic conference, you know? The ones that were over there trying to make profit off our holy medicine. I was thinking there, I was in that elevator, I was thinking, maybe I should just go in there, go bomb their stage, and tell them, our ways ain't for sale. We're not selling out. I already thought about that, you know. I was late, you know, to get over there, you know, and I thought about it, you know. Now, I should have went over there and did that, you know. Be that warrior. Be that chief. Make a difference. You know, this holy medicine, my grandpa told me, never turn your back on it. Once you start using it, never turn your back on it. He said, it's powerful medicine. Stay behind it. Follow it. He said, this medicine has no ears. It hears you. This medicine has no eyes. It sees you. You take it into your body. Sometimes you look in that fire, you see yourself. You might not like what you see, but you got to reflect. Fix yourself. Be a better person. You know. So he told me. So he told me, never turn your back on this medicine. So I practice this way. And I love it. And I see it. Corporations coming in, trying to make a profit on it. Those ones that came before us, they fought for this way. Yeah. Just to have ceremony. We used to hide to have our Sundance. We used to hide that teepee to run ceremony. We've come a long way. You know, I know along the way, we take things for granted. We can't do that. Because those old people, they had to have ceremony in secret, you know. And now we could just go into one of our communities, put up teepee, pray, you know. So I think about those things from those old people that came before us, you know. We're really fortunate, especially a lot of us, you know. There's other tribes out there that lost their way. No more language, no more ceremonies. I feel sorry for them. It hurts my heart to know some of our Indian people they lost their way, you know. And a lot of us in this room, you know, we're still intact. We got our language. We got our ways. We have a lot to be fortunate with. Even though we might not have this money, you know, I call it that green buffalo, you know. We might not have it, you know, but we got prayer. We got our ways. And it was told to me by my grandpa, this peyote way of life, it's going to be here till the end of our days. That's what he told me. He said, our other ways, we have them, so we're probably going to end up losing them. So those ways, we only practice them one time a year, like our Sundance, other ceremonies. He said, that way, we're probably going to lose it. This way right here, this peyote way of life, we practice it almost every weekend. Me and my brother, when we get back home, Saturday night, you know, we're going to take care of ceremony for a young woman having a tough time, you know, lost her brother to alcohol, wants to eat medicine, wants to feel better, crying, you know. These things like this, you know, that's what goes on in our ceremony. And that's how this peyote helps people. So yeah, we're going to go take that girl over there, you know, clean her off, you know, pray for her. Make prayers for her future, you know. That's what we do, you know, back home. Try to be an outstanding Native American church member. So I encourage all the tribal chairmen, representatives, get out there, talk on our behalf of this holy medicine here, our rights, our sovereignty, fight for what little we have left. And I encourage, to have respect for one another. Back home, it's going away. So then we have these young people running amok, don't know who they are, trying to find their way. So me, I grab them, talk to them the best way I can, And they come from broken homes, don't have hardly anything. So I do my part, to help the young people out, because I want this way to be around for my children. I want my grandchildren to pick this way up and use it. Talk about what we're doing right now, years down the road. The good prayers and the good thoughts and intentions that we're making right now. I want those young people to talk about it and be happy about it. I just want to say that much this morning. I hope. Yeah.
So I want to thank Mr. Chairman of the Northern Arapaho Tribe of Wyoming for the good words, the encouragement. And I'm going to thank you very much on behalf of NACNA and NCAI working group for your resolutions, in support, and I appreciate it very much. And then all your council and all your people, and your tribe, we wish you a well, good health, happiness, for all that good effort as a tribe, as a nation, what you're going to do, so it's appreciated. So a lot of times when we go out into the East Coast, a lot of times does your tribe support it? Okay, yep, there you go. We have resolutions. We're setting a congressional record, and it's sad that we have to do that, but it's that way, in this world, So we'll go down here to our Navajo Nation Council delegate, Miss Shauna Claw, and also I want to thank her. She was at the the summit we had last year, same time. So I'm going to thank you very much here on behalf of NCAI, the working group, and NACNA. So I'll turn this time over here to you. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Good morning to everyone, to all my relatives, and to my Diné relatives here at Tashi A. Adel Sasitole. She A. Shana and Claudian Shia, Ado Donet and Schlinigi Aya, Wantlan and Schlido Twitch Eat A. Bashes Chin, Catching A. Dash Chado Kia Ani Dash another Quat Amado Sunshine. Ado She A. Jin Lead A. Adashagan. Though a large Asian on this A. and Munchle. Kala A. China A. Salad so the Jilla Oko A. Quat A. O. Hand the Dashni. Ado She A. Beshpansa Anna Lage and Lead A. But Hatasha to Banashnish. Ado Nihit the Neto by Yasht here. Oko A. Quat O. A. Head to Yat A. Binin the Dashni. I just want to introduce myself to those relatives. My name is Shauna Ann Claw. I'm a council delegate with the Navajo Nation. I represent the heart of the Navajo Nation, Chinle, Arizona. And I am one of 9 women that serve on the Navajo Nation Council. We have celebrated over 100 years of tribal government, and we are experiencing changes within the nation, not only at the Navajo Nation, but at the federal level. I'm very thankful for the National Congress of American Indians for giving us the platform to also secure our sovereign rights as Indigenous people. In its formation in 1944, it was to combat many things, many atrocities that have happened to our Native relatives, those that have experienced genocide and assimilation and different policies that have harmed our Indian communities. I also wanted to just take this time to also express my gratitude to our co-chairs. I was recently approved and appointed as a co-chair for large land-based tribes. And I feel it's very important because not only does the land carry with it the significance of our spiritual being, but also it is very important because it is our homelands. It is the place and the birthright of many of our ancestors and our future generations, and it is up to us as tribal leaders to make that stand. With all of you present here today, I feel that hope. It resonates deep. I feel the spirit within you, and I hear your prayers. The song that was sung this morning and the tone that it carried will just resonate all the way through this conference. It was stated here by our elder that these songs are not written. They are preserved because we carry that through oral tradition, we carry that through prayer, and we carry that with the love that we have, the compassion that we feel. And so the land also ties with our language. Many of you are speaking it, many of you are learning it, and many of you are promoting it to our children. We have some educators here in the room. I'm very thankful for you carrying that and for advocating that as well. For my role as a mother, I am very thankful for all of our sons, our daughters, our grandchildren, for continuing their way of life, for continuing those songs, those dances, and then also the ceremonies, for partaking in the sacrament of the medicine. That's what I feel as a mother. And I'm very thankful for our young men and women who continue to defend this country. And with that, the rights that come with it, which is to participate in our cultural integrity, our spiritual sovereignty, and that's why we're all here today. It is very important as tribal leaders that we stand together, that we carry one message, that we carry one voice. It's very sad to say that in many tribal governments, we see corruption, we see greed, we see the infiltration of outside organizations, and we are attacked by that. As we heard from my brother here, Keenan, he went to the psychedelic conference in Denver. Very sad to say that these organizations have actually infiltrated many tribal communities. The Navajo Nation, although we are the largest tribe, we too were under attack. It has divided our council. Many of you are probably wondering why the Navajo Nation has not issued a legislation, a proclamation, to say they oppose the decriminalization of peyote and mescaline. Just that word mescaline, that's what's creating this divide. But if you are true to the fireplace and you're true to your thoughts of love, faith, hope, and charity, that should not be the case. Real leaders speak with actions and not just words. And so for those of you here today, I see that fortitude. I see that in your eyes. I see that in your heart. Many of you don't look to the present. You look for the future. And with that future, we want to leave a legacy. We want to leave the land, the water, the air, all intact for our children. We want them to sing those songs and speak the language of our ancestors so that they can carry that on for future generations. So I welcome all of you to join us in being unified and speaking that same message. I'm also thankful for being given the opportunity to be here present. And again, to all of our women folk here, thank you for bringing life to your home, for bringing that to the fireplace, for bringing that into your children's education, for compelling them to be better human beings for this world. And so with that, I just want to say welcome, and let's make this a great day. Thank you.
I want to thank Ms. Claw here for her good encouragement, being a Navajo Nation Council delegate, and then encouraging all her fellow tribal leadership from whatever tribe, whatever nation you all come from. And it's appreciated very much. So that's what we like to hear. It's music to our ears. You know, we want everyone to be singing the same song, one mind, one heart. Just like yesterday, they had something at some theater, one mind, one heart. You know, I think we should kind of make that like a ripple effect through this whole conference. We should all be one mind, one heart, one prayer, one song. Not this tribe is better than that tribe or this chairman, vice versa. We should all be coming here together to learn and help one another and be productive and not just a lot of hot air. You know, it should be some action behind it. You know, if you really mean it, in a nice way. I'm just re-expressing what I heard my uncles growing up. We all know we had those go-to uncles, right? Those go-to aunties, they tell it how it is. Not sugarcoat it, just tell it, because we want everything to be nice for all our tribal nations. You see this, the government, how it's going right now. Things are shifting. Things are kind of unbalanced, You see weather, this fire, these northern lights way down in Oklahoma. That's unheard of, seeing these northern lights that were red, Maybe it's a message, the Creator, God, the Great Spirit, His elements, telling us something, showing us something. Hey, wake up. Hey, we need, kind of like a good spiritual spanking, in a nice way for all of us to kind of retune, check things out. Okay, going further here, we'll go to our Vice Chairman of the Shoshone Bannock Tribe, Mr. Lewan Tendoy. I have a good chairman here, Vice Chairman. He's been supporting all the efforts too as well, so I'm going to thank him very much here. So turn this time over here to him. Maybe some encouragement to our tribal leadership.
All right. Bishaya Wawas. It's in the Bannock. Good morning. Zangovichku, the Shoshone language, where I grew up with Shoshone language. Grandparents never spoke English, so I was one of those kind and never thought about it. Used to get my hair pulled in second grade and wonder, what am I doing? And big mean lady would come up to me and go, we're talking in the language. I said, now I see how it must have been in boarding school time. And then later on I heard stories about my grandfather. They were playing hand game with doughy bread and at the Salmon River country, and then they got punished because that bread was doughy, so they made hand game balloons and they were playing hand game, 8 years old, and they got beat up real bad, cultural shock, and so they ran away. So that's another whole story. But they never went back to school. So anyways, there's so many things that occurred like that through we all know, through our teachings, our history. And I know growing up, I grew up with ceremony. We used to pray in our homes and our relatives. I got relatives over there in Duck Valley, first cousins of Eastern Shoshone, and somewhere in different places. And now I'm finding out I got some down in Fort McDermott and down in different places, Battle Mountain and our Shoshone Nation. We had a Shoshone reunion down in the Comanche country, and they speak the same language as us. And I had an opportunity to go into meetings down there, and I went to 3 meetings down there. We went down there to get Holy Sacrament this spring in around April, after Easter time. It was in May. We took off in early May, and then we made it all the way down there to San Antonio, and we got a rental car and made it over to Comanche country. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning. They let us in. They go, come on in. They didn't have midnight water yet, so it was good. But we got to go in there and share that with them. And then it was really awesome. And then I went to another meeting prior to that in 2007. And then just this past summer we was there. And I got to meet all the Comanche relatives, others down there that were participating. And they shared the story of how it came to the Peyote Sacrament came to them. And it's really awesome. Then we had a 100-year anniversary in Fort Hall this year, our charter, 1925, and there was 4 of our elders, men, went down to Comanche country, but they used to do it prior, secretly, like it was mentioned, and then we had to hide even our dawn, we call it thirst stand, our sun dances, we had to do that secretly. I grew up sun dancing when I was 15 and a half. I went to boarding school in Intermountain and boarding school in Utah. When I came back, and I met a lot of friends there, and I learned the language. Ishpanana Yatahi. So I learned some Ute language too. I learned Hagapcha, Guamagan, and then the way again, where are you going? Give me a cigarette. Things like that. But I met other tribes, and then I went to Haskell too. So I met more friends. And then I went to the Swit Lodge there, and then I learning about these things. But I run ceremonies at home, Sundance, not peyote. But I do help with the. I was only a fireman once and a cedar man a few times. Oh no, I was a fireman 3 times and cedar man. I don't know, I lost count, but I'll participate with them. And we just had one in Fort Washakie 2 weeks ago. Relatives called me down there. Brandon Weed, my nephew. I got relatives there. That's my mom's father's from over there, McAdams. So we got relatives there too. So he asked me. He lives in Fort Hall. He's married to my niece. Hey, come over and help us. So a few of us went over there. We help pray because we know it brings miracle healing. We all know that. And I got the opportunity to go over there, sit with these guys in D.C. meeting. Justin Jones ran a meeting, and I'm right here, my brother. And I was really honored. They asked me, hey, come help us. I said, okay. That's when I was chairman that time. Then I got demoted to vice chairman. but anyways, we got to have that meeting. It was really awesome by the river. They wouldn't let us build a fire. We had to use a skillet. But we got little kindlings enough to get the cedar going. But it was still powerful. And I walked in there and I said, hey, you better go join them. And when I got there late, and I finally made it, and these guys gave me some cushions. Hey, okay, sounds good. But it was really powerful. The next day, I went to a cult meeting in Holy. I was really saying stuff I never thought of. It seemed like I was real smart. Felt good, felt good, because that's how the Holy works. It brings the intelligence and the brilliance, and it's wonderful. It's a healing. And I know when I started out, I didn't really go to peyote meetings till later, but when I did, it calls me back. And my stepfather used to sing at our home, and they were the part of the peyote family. And I went clear down to when I was 14 to Tuba City too, all the way down there, and then we see the spiritual prayer man down there. And we got blessings from one of my grandfathers. But I've been going to meetings. My grandfather was 104, but he used to have meetings and go there because I was on that road like everybody else, the rough road that we make it through when we start out on that moon, right? And you get going, and pretty soon you fall off, you get the obstacle course, and the next thing you know, you're caught up in a rough situation of the bad influences of life. Like I'm sure a lot of us went through that way, getting incarcerated, and alcoholism, car wrecks, and I'm lucky to be alive, put it that way. But I made it this far, and then finally I said, hey, this is the prayers kept me going. And the prayers and the Native American church and all this, that's how powerful this Native American church is, and it knows you. So then they tell you, uncles tell me, hey, be careful, hey, because it could do something. If you got to follow it, be careful what you say. And that tobacco, when you're off that tobacco, that's the main one too, and that water. Everything has a spirit, and that water, pray to it. We did when we talk in the morning when we pass them the food or however the water, hey, can someone say stuff? I talk about, I used to be a paraprofessional, and I taught the Shoshone language at a show band school. Put 2 cups of water like this. And we left one idle, and we talked to the other one under a microscope. We looked at it. The one we didn't talk to, it looked plain. But the one we prayed to, it was jumping for joy, and all kinds of little tiny snowflakes jumping all over like that. And that's how the spirit of the water is. Buhava, we call it. So all these things in the Holy Sacraments the same way. When you look in that fire, and one time when somebody was singing, I had my eyes closed, and all these things were coming. It's holy. Then it revealed to me, because sometimes you go in there, some people really, you can't doubt it. He says, have the faith, don't doubt it. It's not going to help you. But if you really believe in it, talk to it, that's where it comes. You got to humble yourself, sincerely cry. And everybody knows that. And hurt. Those people, and my friends of mine, they came, they did a 100-year anniversary, they talked about this. And then we, all of our elders are gone. It's pretty sad. We have young guys now that's taken over, becoming young guys like these two. But that's still, I guess they're kind of old then, but I'm not sure, like 50, late 50s, early 60s, and like that. So that's who our elders are now, and that's where I'm at now, holy. because all those old guys, and it's sad. We thought they were going to be around forever. And you better go talk to them now, or we have to take over. And that's how life is in the future. The little guy right there, that's pretty awesome. He's in there, the little guy. It makes you happy when he said, "Oh." So things like that. So even that's a universal language. But we gotta take care of each other. That's why I'm kind of. How do we go about this? We got resolutions and we help support each other. And then it's really sad. We went to D.C. and then the late Ernie Stevens Jr. We got to be over there. Us guys. We went to the gaming. They let us in their building to hold our peyote meeting like this one. So and then it was really awesome. And then I just want to maybe take one moment of silence for him. And others too as well that we all know. But it was we did a prayer in there, and and it's really sad because he said he had to go through this too when he was in his time. He testified how it hurt him when it saved him from when he was in the bad influences of alcoholism as well. So all these things it helps you. Then our little children, and then there's the guys that testified cured cancer. This guy from Comanche said that the doctors gave up on him, but he went in there and he cried and to peyote, and then he went to peyote meetings and kept going. And then he shared his story how peyote came to them, but he shared in the morning time how it healed him. And when he went back to the doctors, they couldn't believe it. That's how powerful this medicine is, this holy sacrament relative. And so he shared that with us, and he says, so that is how I see it. And whoever else needs healing. When we went to the Wyoming last weekend, and the same situation, and so the lady was feeling good, and our sister and eating. So that's really awesome. The next day and felt good. So that's how this peyote works. And no matter, but you got to be careful. Be careful what you ask for, because I was told it could backfire on you too. So you got to walk the road. It's a tough one. So I know that. So I don't want to. What I want to say up here is we support these guys, North America, and we have Idaho charter chapter, and we did a resolution. So we could all come together. And if it's NCAI, the power, they're going to do this for us. I think so. You're from NCAI, huh? So you're going to be the one who's going to help us out. So whoever else, and those guys should be up there because this is like a ceremony. They run like ceremonies. All these meetings. When we go to council, we pray every day. That's what they tell us. It's based on this, so we got to follow each other, and like we're in a ceremony, and then don't get carried away and start acting like the Madakach and or the how do you guys say it? The exit song, Bella Gani and or Wachisho, or we call them Daivo in our language, Daivo, the white man, the Caucasian. So we got to be careful. Because that's the colonialism and how the acculturation, assimilation has trying to take us, our language. So we got to keep our languages going no matter what. Protect our water and our resources, all these areas. We used to have salmon that used to come down to the 48 are destroyed. And then down to the Hell's Canyon Complex. And all these things are being taken, and what was mentioned earlier. The guy with I really appreciate what you said, because that's happening. We have camas that's getting destroyed too, and then we have and then our buffalo, and then all these things, even our sacred habitat places where we gather, our treaty rights, all these things. It's part of this. So we pray all the time to protect our treaties. Well, every time we mention it, I go to Swift Lodge 2-3 times a week back home, and we pray and pray, and we prayed about this. Now I'm here, losing what I'm going to say. But I really appreciate it. Each and every one of you, your hearts, thoughts, and minds. And we got to go back and help our people and help ourselves and help these gentlemen here and then North America. So to me, I don't belong in. I represent the Holy Sacrament Peyote. It's not about this chapter, that chapter, this chapter. It should be about who was there. Because back home, there was 3 chapters. And there was the North America, and then there was the Bannock, and then there was the Shoshone-Bannock. Now we have Shoshone-Bannock, because all the other guys, you know, they kind of dwindled out, so we combined. Maybe that's how it should be. So I appreciate your time.
I want to thank Mr. Tendoy for his good encouragement, his good words. And like we were saying, you know, he's been kind of with the organization and making these good tracks here, boots on the ground in the DC, and going walking through the halls of Congress and doing all these things. So we ain't up here, this movement's been going for quite some time now. So we ain't up here just shooting from the hip. You know, we have resolutions that are supporting our efforts. We got tribal leadership. You know, so that's why we're here at the National Congress of American Indian for our tribal leadership to weigh in on all the efforts. You know, so we're going to go to Mr. Our Kiowa Chairman. Maybe if you could come on up and say a few encouragement. Mr. Spot Bird here, I appreciate you. Good to see you again. So give him a good hand here.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I come here to learn because I'm relatively new to the Native American Church. You know, when I got elected 3 years ago, it's my first time to enter the politics of our tribe. But I was encouraged by many of our tribal people, and when I was asked by my grandmother to come back home and help our tribe. When she asked me, you do it. So that's what I did. I lived up here for 25 years, Northwest. Good friends up here. My Yakima brothers, I hope. They treated me good over there. Fed me a lot of salmon. I like that. But I really still have a lot of friends here because we just work together, have common goals and common interests to build up our tribal nations. And so when I was asked to go back home, I did. And I'm trying to lead our tribe in a good way. You know, when I first came there, I really didn't grow up in the Native American church. I grew up in a Baptist church all my life. But when I went home, my relatives were hitting the Kiowa chapter of a Native American church. And actually, I asked them to have a ceremony for our newly elected leaders, myself and our vice chairman, because, you know, we need to keep ourselves humble as leaders, to not get too full of ourselves, right? And forget our purpose, why people elect us to lead them, and that we are there to help our people who need our help. We still have a lot of people of our tribal citizens who need our help, and it's up to us as leaders to do the best we can in a good way. And so when I came on, we had a service, and I appreciated my uncle and my brother and all of our relatives who conducted that service, prayed for us in a good way. Yeah. And I really liked that. I felt a spiritual awakening in that process. And so I'm supporting that church now all the time. I go into the teepee now with our brothers and my Seigi, my uncles, and my relatives, to pray the way we did a long time ago, before the tall koi came and brought Christianity. I'm not saying that's not good. It's good because I'm a Christian, but I'm also respect and honor the Native American Church ceremony, because that's a good way. In my years of working with other tribes around the country in the Northwest, you know, we all had the same social problems that were caused by the impact of how we were treated through the generations. We still have alcohol and drug abuse. We still have dysfunction. We still have domestic violence and other things that are not good. They're not good for us as people. And so one of the things I want to try to do while I'm the chairman of our tribe is to figure out a way to heal ourselves. from the inside out, spiritually. We lost that years ago because of how we were treated. And our people, buffalo were essential to our Sundance. We lost that. And so how do we fix ourselves now? Because nobody's going to fix us but us. And the Native American Church is going to be a way for us to do that. We conceptualized, we haven't created it yet, but we conceptualize a Kiowa healing way, a way to fix ourselves spiritually, culturally, emotionally, physically, all the ways that we've been broken through the years. My new Kiowa Healing Way director is here. She's got a big challenge. I have a lot of expectations on her creating this Kiowa Healing Way. Fix ourselves. The number one step, in my opinion, is to build our relationship, help our people develop the relationship with Dog E, with the Creator, God. Once that is established, the healing process can start and begin. And the Native American Church and the ceremony will be integral to the Kiowa Healing Way. And so we're working very hard to put the pieces together. We're bringing buffalo back. We brought buffalo back. First of this year, 10 head. And we've got 5 new heads. So we have 5 head, right? We're starting. Next step was going to bring horses, because we're buffalo and horse people, our Southern Plains tribal people. So we got to bring pieces back of what we lost as much as we can. We can't go back to the way we were, but we can bring back the good stuff, the good things that were part of our healthy lifestyle. And we all prayed before white people even came here. We all prayed. We knew prayer. All of us did. We acknowledged the Creator and God in our life every day, our leaders especially. And so, as a new leader of our tribe, I really want to stay humble and not, again, get ahead of myself, get too big, right? And say, I'm chairman, so you guys, whatever, No, I want to stay humble. And I want to, again, I've established a drug and alcohol-free administration. I've announced that among our people. We got, as leaders, we got to be the example for the life that we want our people to live. And we got to be sober. We got to be drug and alcohol-free. We got to be spiritually connected in any way we can. Native American church or a Christian church or whatever will develop that relationship with Dog E. That's the first and foremost thing we got to show our people, our young people. And so, again, being a leader to me, is a big, big responsibility that we gotta take and humble ourselves again to be the type of leader that we want our people to become, especially our young people. Our young people. We created a youth council. We never had one before. We want to teach our young people how to become leaders. Whatever, tribal or United States, it doesn't matter. We want to prepare them for leadership, but we want to prepare them to be humble, good leaders, spiritually led leaders as well. And so again, we have to be the example for, all of us have to be the example for our young people and show them that this drugs and alcohol that came from somewhere else has never been good for us. All my life, I've never seen alcohol do anything good for an Indian person. Never. It's always been bad. So we've got to look at it from that perspective. Teach our young people that that's no good. What we had before is good, and we got to rebuild our relationship with that. And again, it's why I'm really supporting the Native American Church, especially our Kiowa chapter. And, I respected the Yakima leadership. When I was there, they treated me well. Delano, he's been a member of the Native American Church even when I was there back in '97. That was a long time ago, but we're still good friends because we had that good connection. Actually, Delano went to Fort Sill Indian School in Lawton, and in Ireland went to Riverside in Anadarko, Aho. And so, but I'm glad to say that some of our Kiowa people treated them very well, and they remembered that. And so I'm glad that they felt like they had family in Oklahoma, so far away from Yakima. And so many of our kids that went to Oklahoma, I think, had some good relationship with some of our tribal people that were there. So I hope they brought, many of you that went, maybe, or your parents went to boarding schools, brought back some good feelings from Oklahoma. And so, again, I'm glad to see my vice chairman here. He's bringing in a different level of spirituality. He's an ordained minister, and so we got some powerful spiritual leadership that we want to move ourselves and heal ourselves again, Kiowa healing way. And when we figure it out, we're going to share that with other tribes on how we fixing ourselves, starting from inside out, fixing what's broken in our spirit, everything else. Because we've been treating all my life. I see we have drug and alcohol treatment and behavioral health kind of activities and stuff, but that's just the symptoms. We're treating the outside symptoms of what's broken inside of us. And so Dog E will help us.
Yeah.
And we've got to support the Native American Church and any church that will connect our people to Dog E, because that's the first step to our healing of our people, no matter where you are. And I work with a lot of tribes, even in Alaska. Again, we have the same problem. You all know that. So we've got to figure this out together. And we've got to support this church that connects us in the old way to our people, to Dog E. And so that's why I'm here, to support and to be a tribe, be a humble, spiritual-led leader. And so I hope for inviting me up here, and I hope for the war bonnet too, man. I tell you, that's the first time I got a war bonnet, man. I really felt honored with that. And so appreciate all the support that us tribal people give to each other. Because every time we ask, I ask for a tribal leader to help, I've never received a no. They'll always help each other. So, with that, I just want to say I hope for giving me the time in a humble way to tell you what is important to our people back home. Because I know it's important to all you here and wherever your home is, that it's important. So we take away the effort to build up this spiritual organization that will help our people start healing. So I hope they own it.
Thank you. Thank you. So I want to thank Mr. Spotted Bird here for his good expressions and all our tribal leadership. And then if there's any more out there, our tribal council, ask you to overlook it. I'm trying to give everyone, a chance to share. But basically, maybe somebody might be thinking, okay, what's the point? What's okay? What we need is our tribal government to enforce, all these laws. You look on the table here, there's a lot of resolutions, American Indian Religious Freedom Act, NCAI resolutions, so there's no enforcement on it. Like we said earlier, there's 13 states have decriminalization on the legislative table to decrim our holy medicine. So we all know it's federally protected, so we just need enforcement on it here. So today here, on behalf of NCAI, the working group, and then on behalf of Native American Church of North America, just want to address this to our tribal leadership. We appreciate all that you do and all the sacrifice. A lot of times you take away from your families, going travel here and there, and then maybe some long meetings, it's appreciated, and then you're always going to have those out there that might not, kind of agree, but it's all right. You know, we just got to keep moving forward. That's why I think a lot of our native tribes, nations, you know, they get discouraged, you know, because this negative vibe. Because we all know there's a spirit around that comes to kill, steal, and destroy when something good is going to happen, especially in tribal nations, especially when we want to do something good for our people and our children. You know, that spirit comes around trying to intervene, and especially with our tribes. You see all this funding getting cut and all this. We go over there and advocate for funding, and then we come back to our tribe, and what do? We give it right back to them, you know. So I know common sense leadership, I know it could go a long way, you know, to all the goodness, you know. We're just trying to do our best in this journey together. And I appreciate that, you know, we're not here, like we were saying, one denomination better than this denomination, ceremonial circle, you know, because I heard once upon a time, the more that you know, the more power to you. So I was encouraged by my grandparents. Grandson, one of these days you're going to be called upon, maybe to talk to boys, maybe even say a prayer. If you just learn the Lord's Prayer, that covers everything. Whatever function, whatever you're going to be at. So I just want to thank you for that. So here I have a little letter here. Our dear honorable leaders, you know, we write today with respect and purpose to remind our tribal government that sovereignty in our sacred ways of life must remain the highest priority of our tribal nations. Sovereignty is not a legal concept. It is our living spirit, the voice of our ancestors, and the strength that allows us to govern and protect our ways under the laws of creation. The American Indian Religious Freedom Act was established to guarantee our right to practice our traditional ceremonies, protect our sacred medicines, including our holy medicine, peyote mescaline. As tribal governments, we have our sacred duty to ensure that these protections are not diminished or interfered with, especially by outside organizations, self-appointed groups that attempt to speak for our people without consent of tribal authority. Today, our ways face growing threats from those who seek to commercialize, decriminalize, or exploit our sacred medicine without tribal consultation. These actions violate the spirit of ARFA, American Indian Religious Freedom Act, and undermine our sovereignty. As leaders, we must take our rightful place in ensuring that all matters involving Native religion and ceremony remain with tribal authority and guidance of our spiritual leaders. So a little bit of call to action here today in a humble way. We respectfully urge our tribal government to place sovereignty and ARFA protections at the top of our tribal priorities. Support NCAI and NACNA resolutions, task force efforts that protect our ceremonies, sacred plants, and traditional governance. Reject all outside interference with non-tribal, non-native organizations seeking control or recognition with our religious ways. Unite in solidarity to uphold the last sacred spaces and medicines that define our identity and connection to the Creator. Our sovereignty lives when our sacred ways are respected and our faith remains in our hands. We must continue to govern with the wisdom and ancestors' strength of our prayers. So I just wanted to address that to you all as tribal leadership, council representatives, you know, on behalf of the working group, you know, and like I said, we have all the paperwork here, paper trail, documents, you know, all this that needs enforcement, you know, it needs to be enforced, you know. So I just want to say thank you for everyone that made that expression. So like I said, we need tribal government to get it across the finish line. So I know our legislative chair, he's kind of running, there's some chairs up here, relatives, come on in. We don't want no native left behind. Come on in, have a seat. Don't be shy. So moving forward, I know our legislative chair, he's kind of want to give an update, you know, on strengthening our tribal governments and NCAI to protect ceremonies, medicine, language, and our ARFA concerns. So with that being said, we're gonna bump back here to the second page. We're gonna go to our ceremonial traditional practitioner, our Rebecca Brady. I know she has an obligation here. She's a conference call here, so we're gonna bump her up here a little bit. So I'll turn this time over to my beautiful wife here.
I'd just like to say good afternoon to all my relatives here, our respected leaders and members of the National Congress of American Indians, all our Native American Church members from near and far. I want to say thank you to my Uncle Arlen Washings that opened up with a prayer and a beautiful song, to have that good spirit and good feeling to start today. So I'll say thank you, Uncle. And I'm really grateful for our leaders, our chairmen, our presidents, however, your title is. I want to say thank you for coming and speaking on behalf of the tribes you represent, and most of all, our Native American Church in North America, all of our medicines, language, things to protect, And I'm very fortunate, and feel very blessed to be here. I'm at that age now where I gotta wear glasses. Like Pancho said, my name is Rebecca Brady. My nickname is Tuki. My Indian name is Rain Goes By. I'm an enrolled member of the Sac and Fox Nation of Oklahoma. I also represent the Kiowa, Apache, Cheyenne, Tonkawa, Pawnee, Oto, and Meskwaki tribes. You guys were talking about Riverside and Fort Sill. That's how my parents met. I had one from the northeast Oklahoma, one from the southwest, and then I came together and I represent all these beautiful tribes. But I'm really grateful for that because we have a lot of wonderful teachings that we're trying to keep up to par to this day. And our Native American Church, our peyote meetings, is one of the most important. There's a lot of us that have testimonies that are within our families, and have a lot of wonderful cones and uppets that we call in our language back home that sacrificed a lot, went up to Washington, D.C. already back in the 70s and the 80s, to fight for what we're still fighting for today. We've come so far with their testimony and fighting for us, that we're trying to keep going forward instead of taking a step back and letting people, come in to try to, like my husband said, kill, steal, and destroy what our ancestors have set place for us already. So with that being said, I just want to say, again, thank you for each and every one of you for being here to come and to listen, to participate, and to help out. It's wonderful to see so many here today representing your tribes and your organizations or your chapters where you come from. I like to think, most of all, give God all the praise and glory and thank Him for bringing us all here safely, to be here amongst our elders that we're praying and talking, to respect them. And, I'm originally from Oklahoma, like I said. I've been in North Dakota now for 20 years, where we raise our children and grandchildren. And my husband, has been within the organization, was the treasurer, and then now has been the president for 2 terms. And as a woman, it's our duty to respect and to support and be there for them as the backbones of our family. So I've been trying my best to do that, for my husband. At some time, there's a time that I was telling my brother Justin here last night, we have 3 daughters that put their foot down more than I do, and there's a time that we do our best in life, but God sees fit for more to come to pass for us, So I think that with this term, we're enjoying it and doing the best that we can because as you mentioned before, we have a lot of wonderful pastors in here, roadmen, however you acknowledge, your leaders, your spiritual leaders, my husband and I are also ordained ministers from Rhema in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So I'm really proud of that as well. Our grandparents and our parents taught us that we believe in the higher power. However you acknowledge him, God Almighty, Heavenly Father, whatever that is between you and him, that's your relationship, with God Almighty, but he's the highest power of all. He created us all. He created this holy medicine for each and every one of us to have that healing, whatever we may need in our life, our children, our grandchildren. I had shared a testimony, when I spoke before about our daughter, our oldest daughter, she was born with a hole in her heart and a lot of serious health issues with her heart. And my grandpas, back then, went to the hospital, and they prayed for her. They even brought this medicine in, and as little she was, 2 weeks old, they put it on her mouth. They blessed her from the top of her head to the soles of her feet and believed in that prayer. And today, she's 33 years old. She's a mother of 4. She's going to be a doctor this spring, and she has her MPH. And that's how wonderful this holy medicine is. So when our grandparents and our people tell us to leave it the way it is, don't add to and don't take from, that's exactly why they say that. So that this healing can continue on through God Almighty. And a lot of people might think that we go in there and that we praise this medicine. That's not the way it is. And if you don't go in there, you won't know. That's how your mind, suggests or thinks things, But God gave our people this medicine through a vision to heal us, to help us in our everyday walk of life. So we're grateful for that. We partake it to help us, and so I just wanted to share that. But I wanted to say, today I'm here standing before you as a daughter, a mother, a grandmother, a Native woman grounded with the spiritual foundation and good teachings with prayer and responsibility to share our love, faith, hope, charity, which our ceremonial way stands for. Sometimes all these good teachings that we stand for, what the Native American Church in North America represents is that love, faith, hope, and charity. And someone who deeply loves our people, in the future we are trying to protect for our next generations, our children and our grandchildren. I come to you with humility, but also with a strong voice, because the issues that we face in Indian country should not be ignored or delayed any longer. Our Creator God kept us Native people alive through endurance of our ancestors, through prayer, through ceremonies, and our sacred ways of life. As we try our best to stand firm and protect our people and allow our traditions and culture, the ARFA, the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, is not just a law. It's a recognition of our sacred right to live and pray according to our traditions. Yet, too often, this right is ignored, violated, or treated as a formality. Our spiritual ways are being discussed, studied, and commercialized by outsiders, while our own tribal governments remain silent. The silent weakens the spiritual foundation of our sovereignty, which is sad to our ancestors who fought so hard. All of you in this room already know the challenges before us. You see them in our own communities, in our councils, and in our daily lives of our tribal members. Our medicines, our ceremonies, our languages, our youth, and our sovereignty are at a crossroads. Outside interests continue to push into areas and try to jeopardize our spiritually, culturally, and legally areas that belong to us. Inside our communities, we struggle with pressures that threaten the very identity our ancestors fought for and to preserve. I remind all our leaders that true sovereignty is not political. It is a spiritual and the right thing to do as a leader to protect. It means to stand up and defend what is sacred, our medicines, our ceremonies, our songs, our language, and our sacred lands. It means ensuring that tribal resolutions, partnerships, and policies honor our sacred obligations First, because members of our ancestors gave us instructions about our ceremonies, and they are still alive. Our sovereignty still has power, and our tribal leaders, you still hold that responsibility to protect what is sacred for our children and our grandchildren and our next generation. So I encourage all the tribal leaders that are watching or maybe hearing some way, somehow, to help us. That's what our people vote you in there for, to stand up for what's right, to continue on what our grandchildren and our children, their next generation, need that stability. They need that spiritual foundation. You can't have a good life. You struggle. We all struggle in life in our daily walks. But without a foundation of teaching, spirituality, everything that we need to make in this everyday walk of life, we can't continue on. So I encourage you all, and as mothers and grandmothers and backbones of our families, to stand up for what's right. Again, as a Native woman, we are the backbones of our families, like I just mentioned, that represent all nations. We are the closest to our Creator for all the blessings He has bestowed upon us by being able to bear children and bring them into this walk of life, into this world. We carry the prayers for which our children and the memory of those who came before us. Our leaders, we need to all call on our leaders to remember their duty to uphold sovereignty, not as a word, but as an action of protection, care, and spiritual identity. So please help uphold, the ARFA. I had a grandfather myself, that went to Washington, D.C. and testified. And, ran ceremonies, prayed, seen healings. I was a young woman in a teepee, and a man came in there on crutches and could barely walk. After my grandpa prayed for him, he partook that medicine, spoke his language over him. That's just like speaking in tongue. They say that's a language that the devil doesn't know, that Satan doesn't know. He got up, and after they blessed him off, and he walked out using nothing. That's how wonderful our Creator God is in our ways of life. So I just wanted to share that, with you, and to encourage you to help out. I've been to Washington, D.C. myself with my brother Justin, my husband, and a lot of leaders that been testifying. We've been going and trying our best, but a lot of them say, do your tribes support you? Where's your people that support you? We can't do it alone. We're trying our best, but we need the support of our leaders to help out and to get this protected so that no one can come in. They say, oh, I've heard this, oh, well, we're just taking out a part of the medicine. You're just taking out a part of it. How can that be right when Creator made that medicine whole and gave it to us whole to utilize and to partake whole? So that does affect us. When God blesses us with something and gives it to us, you accept it as the way it's given. You don't take from, or you don't mess with it, just like they say in our fireplaces and our ways of life. The way that it's shown to you, the way that all these tribal fireplaces, where I come from in Oklahoma, where our Kiowa chairman comes from, they were blessed and made relationships, and they shared these fireplaces with many tribes near and far, from the north, the south, the west, the east. And they said, the way that we're showing you, this is the way it is, and don't you take nothing away from it. You pray and you participate and you do this, those protocol. And when you do it right, wonderful things happen. And that's the way that this medicine is, all of our medicines that they're trying to protect, along with our language and our many ways of life that stand and tell who we are today. So with that, I just wanted to make mention, I also want to say that, I want to encourage my husband, my brother Justin, and the rest of the leaders and all those that help with the Native American Church in North America. Sometimes we're too hard on ourselves and in life in general. Sometimes we look at the future and say, oh, well, I want to do this, I want to do that. I'm just not there yet. I want to continue to carry on or do this and that. But I encourage you to not judge yourself on the future, but look at yourself today, where you've come from. My husband was treasurer for 6 years, and then now he's president. And then my brother Justin came on board as legal to help. And from when they first started to where they are today, they made wonderful steps and wonderful things to a brighter future for our generation. So God just had that on my heart to share with them, to encourage them, as well as our leaders, you know, and man, how proud I am of our Sigi here, that's our Kiowa tribal chairman, to be drug and alcohol free, to lead our people. That's the way that we should be, to help them, to have a clear mind, to have a humble heart, to be humble, like he said. That's how we all should be if we walk in this faith, if we believe in God Almighty and the ways of life that he left us. So I encourage you all today in every day of your walk of life, and encourage you that whatever happened in the past, leave it in the past and look at the future for brighter days for yourself. So with that being said, I have a little grandson here. You know, this medicine, my grandparents, I have a grandpa named Frankie Redbone from Oklahoma, our Apache tribe. I have a lot of uncles, my Sagi, Daniel Kozad, Larry Kozad, a bunch of them that have gone on. We just went home in May. Our second daughter graduated from OU with her bachelor's, and we had a ceremony to give God all the praise and glory for all her years of going, all those years of God seeing fit for us to pay for her tuition, things like that, being grateful, you know, the way that we were taught. And we got to keep this going for our next generations to come. That's why I stand up here as a woman, as a grandmother, as a mother, you know, just like we were taught when we bring in that holy water in the morning time. My grandma said, you're sitting there representing all women with that holy water. You sit there and you remember who you represent, most of all, God Almighty. So with that, I'd like to call my little grandson Noah up here with me. Noah's going to close us out with a song. And I just want everyone to see that this is what we're fighting for. This is why we need to be humble and do what's right for our Creator God, for our next generations to come. All right, so Noah's going to start us off with the Native American Church song. And he wants each and every one of you to enjoy this blessing today. And so we'll go ahead and let grandson sing.
Noah, can you come over?
He's requesting Dad to come up here by us.
No, you. I'll help you. Yeah, that's loud.
Hey, oh, nana. 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 Hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, nana. Hey,
God bless our family. Hey, oh, nana. 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 Hey, God bless our family.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think he got a little shy there, but we're so. My nephew and his wife legally adopted him, and just a few months ago. But our little grandson had a tough life when he was brought into this world. He was addicted to drugs, and I'm not too sure what the exact one was, but had a tough time. Woke up in many nights sweating and crying and just shivering and things like that. And my nephew there, Juan, and his wife brought him in every ceremony that our chapter had, prayed for him. My little grandson even partook medicine and prayed for himself. And today he's come a long way. Usually he got a little shy, but he sure can sing. He even drums for his dad. He sings. He even makes his own little songs. Yeah, he's a wonderful blessing. But that's what it's all about, and what we're here today to fight for, and to try to keep this as holy as it was shown to us and given to us. So with that, I just want to say thank you again to each and every one of you for coming here, and for our leaders speaking up on our behalf. And thank you for doing your best for all the tribes that you represent. And most of all, being God-fearing as a leader. That's wonderful. That's where a lot of our nation needs to be. That's why we fall short a lot of times in things that we go through in our life, is because our leaders don't know who God Almighty is. So I encourage you all, and thank you again. God bless each and every one of you. Aho.
Thank you. I want to thank Rebecca here and grandson Noah. Walks with a sacred song. I want to thank you very much. So we'll go back to our first page here. We'll go down. I know I was kind of looking for our legislative chair, but I think he's kind of getting things prepared. You're all invited to a dinner tonight too as well. We'll give that information out here where the directions are and stuff. And there's a really good menu going to take place here. So we'll go down to our legal and ceremonial overview updates and our solutions here. So we'll turn this time over here to Mr. Justin Jones, our legal advisor from Native American Church of North America. I want to thank him for really outstanding good efforts here on the legal ends. Not only that, he also is a roadman and a ceremonial practitioner that makes it really even better. So I'll turn this time over to him.
Yat A. Arnoldsko. Shikado, Shidanado, Shilhassinlo. Yat in Hidini Dolish. Ado, Eya, Ade Dysonos Agido. Facebook Live, Bigid Dysonos Agi, Edo. Yat ein hidin ni dole. She do nan shenige e bet ahne do nan shle khatne zahne ba shin kin chi ne da she do shi he da shnal. Akot ad e ya e the nan shle ko yat ein hidin ni dole. Arnold, so good morning, everyone. National Congress of American Indians, Annual Convention, Seattle, Washington, United States of America. I want to say good morning to each and every one of you this morning. I was really enthused this morning. It was motivating to hear our tribal leaders today giving us encouragement, giving us some direction, and telling us the way that it is. And it was music to my ears. And the sweetness of the message was delivered by my sister, Tuki. Thank you. We've always been lobbying together, and it seemed like us men, we say this and that all the time. But she seems to come in right at that time, whether it's in the Senate or the halls of the United States Congress or the House of Representatives that we've lobbied. She always came in at the right time to make it all good and complete. So thank you, sis, for your words today and your encouragement. And all of the people that are here, the introductions, I was listening to all of you and from the different directions that we have, and you're packing this room today. So I'm glad to have heard your introductions and to have been given information of where you come from. So it's a cross-section of tribes that are represented here. So I'm glad to be amongst all of you. I'm honored to be amongst all of you for being leaders in your own rights and the communities, reservations, and clans that you represent and the different societies that you might represent from your homes. And today, I want to first thank the National Congress of American Indians for their generosity, for their hospitality, but also for their prioritization of the subject matter that we're talking about today. It seems like it's a lot of times we tend to venture away from the actual subject matter that we have here before us today. And once you go into Indian country, the different conferences and conventions and gatherings that are taking place, it seems like we're losing that a little bit at a time. Maybe it's just me, but it seems like we're losing that. But what's most tantalizing to me is when you go back home and we're losing parts of that as well. The messages, the message about who are we, the message about prayer, the message about song, just like my little grandson here, the message about the importance of Did the Nebazad, Beyashtige, Nohokat the Nebazad, Did Yaedigin Bazad, Digin the Nebazad. I just said, this holy people given language that we have, we don't really talk that anymore. We don't really prioritize that anymore. And so I came here to try to give you some insights and some points pertaining to those things. I've gone through this whole process of coming from a reservation home. I grew up on the reservation, Navajo Indian Reservation, in a small community called Rock Point, Arizona. My maternal uncle, Shahastui Shata, Ernest Harry Begay, we come from that community. And it's a very humble community. My graduating class in high school, we only had 14 graduates. And so it was a time and a moment in my life that I believe really built and really gave me insights that I would come back to and see in hindsight the way that things really are. I left the Navajo Nation graduating in 1985. left for a university called Stanford University in Palo Alto, California. I thought that was the place to be at. And so today I look back upon my time and what I was seeking over there after thousands and thousands of dollars in tuition money. It was at home. It was in that hogan. It was in that teepee. It was in that fire. It was in that medicine. It was in that yebiche. It was in that blessing way ceremony that was there. That's where the heart and soul of everything that we have here today. And so I can say that today I can reflect back upon it and think about it like that and talk about it as such. Today I have a law firm in Farmington, New Mexico. I've been practicing law for over 20 years now. I used to be an educator, teaching class, and I used to run schools at one time in my life. And today, I practice law. But one of the things that I've really been interested in, and I try to incorporate that into my practice today, is to come in from a traditional law perspective. What our people went by, what our people live by, dispute resolutions, different things. How did they resolve these things? We had disputes, just as any other race of people. We had disputes. We had certain things that we live by. And so, what were they? A lot of times we tend to forget that we've been here for time immemorial. It wasn't until we believe, sometimes we talk about things as if the world started for us in 1620. What happened in 1620? It's going to happen next week. A bunch of people were being persecuted for the way that they prayed. A king was telling them that you cannot pray the way that you're doing. You have to pray the way that I am. You have to believe in the way that I believe, and you have to go to the church that I go to. If you don't, I'm going to annihilate you. That was what was going on. So, say, hey, let's get together. We need to get the heck out of here. So they got on a boat. Didn't know where the heck they were going. They ended up in Plymouth. And so, begin to think about it. And I had a discussion with one of my grandfathers and said, tell me your perspective on what happened in 1420 or 1620. How would a traditional Navajo think about this? How would you look at it? And he says, well, let me look at it through this. You had a bunch of people that were being persecuted. Yes, they came across over here. And they were on the beach over there somewhere, apparently. They were cold, they were lost, they were hungry. They didn't know what the heck they were doing. And somebody peeked their head over the hill and said, hey, there's some weird people over there. They have blue eyes, they're blonde over there. They look like they're hungry. Some of them are crying. And, okay, well, throw them a blanket. It's kind of cold in November in Massachusetts. So they threw him a blanket. But it worried them. They're hungry. Some of them are sick. So they gave him some food. As a heart, an indigenous heart would normally do. Because we have empathy. Our tribes are based upon empathy, love, kinship. And that was extended to them. And as time came along, they stole. They manipulated. They connived. They took and took and took and took. And they're still taking today. And my grandfather was saying, Yada benina hayoch edo hunta at lodo dajne edon dan kitzis kedo kwena hat abashkata hojdi lale sha yut edachinina eshecha hot What he said was that if they went through all that trouble to steal and do all, even try to annihilate us, to create a society, a world, a government, wouldn't you say that it would be the greatest thing in the world? Look what's going on over there. Look at them. Is that the kind of a government that you would do something for that? You have Republicans, you have Democrats constantly fighting. You have going back and forth. That's what's going on. There's no heart. They're heartless. But they think they're in the right. Now, come back onto this side of the river. Look at our people. We still have something here. We still have our prayer. We still have our songs. We still have our ceremonies. We still have our kinship. We still have our clan protocols. We still have that. Like my uncle is sitting there. I have clan relatives here. My sister here. The near relatives that are here. However way that I'm related to you. And so when you see somebody, there's a protocol. There's a certain way of going about life. And just like my sister, she spoke earlier. Although we're two separate tribes, we're in the essence and the spirit of this kinship through this wonderful medicine called peyote. We made that relationship. My folks, my father made that relationship with her people years ago. So they built that together. So we still have that here. And what is it that we have here? Segi here talked about healing ourselves. We had the medicines. We had the ceremonies. We have the means to counsel one another when somebody's disturbed. We have a justice system that entailed us and enabled us to resolve issues and problems. We have the medicine still. If there's cancer, there's diabetes, there's this and that. They're still here. Although these things were brought in that boat, we have to deal with it. So what is this called? It's called inherent sovereignty. We're calling it inherent sovereignty because no five-fingered person gave it to us except the Holy Spirit. And they might have, maybe there was one person that was awake in Washington, D.C. back in the late 1800s, and maybe a whole quorum of the United States Supreme Court. They made some rulings. They call them the Cherokee cases. Johnson v. McIntosh. Worcester v. Georgia. Cherokee v. Georgia. In every one of those Supreme Court rulings, there was a reference that was made that the American Indian, indigenous people, were inherently sovereign. They may not have really known exactly what they were talking about. However, we knew what they were talking about because that's how things are today. So in essence, it was already recognized. It was already acknowledged. It was already said that you are inherently sovereign. Who are we as the American government to say who you are and what you are. But guess what? Things have changed. It might have been that in the late 1800s, but today, guess what is going on? The United States Congress is attempting to tell us who is an Indian and who is not an Indian. Think about it. I listened to the congressional hearings here the other week. My brother, Chief Barnes from the Shawnee Nation, testified before the United States Senate. And he was being told by these U.S. senators who should be a native and who shouldn't be a native. It's like me telling an Afro-American or an Asian person, say, I am the leader now, so I can deem you to be an Asian or I can deem you to be an African person. Who the heck am I to say that? I have no idea about your culture. I have no idea about even your language. For me to say that, that's where we're at today. And so that's the reason why we are just wholeheartedly here today, and we have been at it for the last 6 years, to say that we need to protect and preserve this. We can't continue to talk about sovereignty as if somebody gave it to us. We can't continue to talk about sovereignty as if the United States government gave it to us in our treaties and everything else. Nobody gave it to us except the Creator. We need to begin to look at things like that. And it just so happens that the National Congress of American Indians in 1944 was already thinking about that. 1944. In their mission statement, the National Congress of American Indians says we need to protect and enhance treaty and sovereign rights. But this is what binds that statement in their mission statement, which says we need to secure our traditional laws, culture, and ways of life for our descendants. This little boy is our descendant. That's what they were talking about. Because they already foresaw what was going to be happening here. And so we talk about sovereignty through the courts. Go to any American or any Indian law conference. Take a Indian Law 101 class in law school or even college. It kind of starts from the middle. Nobody talks about the roots. Nobody talks about the foundation. Nobody talks about the origin and the birth of such laws. The law that we practice here as lawyers, as attorneys, is an adopted law that we have from the Europeans, from England. The education system that we have today in our school districts, our Bureau of Indian Education schools, they're adopted. Our governmental systems today that we have, they're adopted. But here's the kicker, relatives, is the fact that we just didn't freely adopt them. There was a round that was in the chamber, single Winchester bolt action rifle. You will do this. That's not freely adopting such system. It was under duress. We had no choice. I often tell the story about when our people were taken hostage at Fort Sumner after we had gone on the long walk. On June the 1st, 1868, treaty was put right here. We didn't have a say in it. Nobody came to say, hey, what kind of a government do you guys want here? It was already predetermined. It was written out, so here you go. If you don't sign it, you're going to Oklahoma or Florida. But we did. But the leaders at the time said, in either for us to do this, we love our homelands. We have to go back. If we don't, who are we? So that split-second decision they made. And that was the case with a lot of our tribes, a lot of our treaties. And so today, the point again is we need to stop looking at sovereignty as if it was a wonderful thing, as if it was given to us with all the rights and the freedoms. No! We have to begin to look at things from that perspective. And so I think it's important today that we look at it from that perspective, because look at where we have come. We've tried it. We've been trying. You file a case in federal court. You file a complaint, a lawsuit in state courts, or even tribal court. A lot of it is American law. There's no Indian flavor to it. And even in my own tribal court, the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch, if I file a complaint in tribal court based upon what we call fundamental law, the Navajo Nation government adopted a fundamental law into its code, Title I. Natural, traditional, customary, and common law. It's codified. But as a legal practitioner, when I try to put forth something, even our judges don't even know how to work with it. So those are some perspectives I think we need to begin to look at when we're talking about all of these things. So when we talk about our protections, our preservations, this original, through the lenses of our people perspectives, that's what we need to protect, because it's being infringed upon. It's being trespassed upon. It's being manipulated and connived. A classic example was what we are dealing with our medicine. Decriminalization did not start 5 or 2, 3, 4 years ago. It started about 20 years ago. And they wanted to decriminalize this peyote. But it wasn't only going to be peyote. There was another part to it. It was the whole practice of native religions, native ceremonial practices. So today, we're still fighting that fight. We have infringement upon that. We have people that are erecting churches now under the name of the First Amendment. They call it the Establishment Clause of the United States Constitution. Says a government shall not infringe or promote a religion. They wrote that in there because of what happened when they jumped into that boat and came across the Atlantic Ocean. They put that in there in their Constitution to curb that. It never is applicable to us because ceremony, prayer, song is the essence and the heart and soul of our existence. You cannot separate government and prayer and song. That's not us. That's them. So when we have that, we have to begin to really, really think about the infringement that's coming in. Another example, and I think it's really appropriate here as I listen to our uncle here, Mr. Washings, and his prayer this morning, and the Yakima people. The non-Indians are very conniving in so many ways. They'll butter you up. They'll say, hey, I'm going to save you. But in here, there's something else in their sleeve. Today, we are challenged with the so-called environmental movement. We're challenged with that. We have political groups out there saying we need to save the earth, we need to save the sky, the air, the water, to protect this and that. They're out there. But they're not us. And then some of us, we buy into that. But what's the reality of it? One of the things I've seen here in this state is the fact that there are wind turbines that are out there. Remember now, that's to generate electricity without using fossil fuels. Okay? Makes sense? But by doing so, why do you desecrate sacred sites? Why are you desecrating where the people gather medicines? Why are you desecrating all of that? We have the same problem at home. They're trying to do away with fossil fuel of oil and gas in the name of saving the earth and the sky. But by doing so, they're prohibiting access to sacred sites. They're shutting it down. I've always called it the hypocrisy of the century. Be careful. Be careful. The only way that we can ensure that, the only way that we can ensure that it does not happen is if we look at it through native lenses, with our prayer, with our song, with our traditional teachings, with our traditional laws and ceremonial laws. We have to look at it like that from now on. Because look what happened in the last 400 years since 1620. Where are we at today? And so that's what we talk about when we say protecting and preserving our inherent sovereignty. And our inherent sovereignty is something that is who we are. And my brother's right. This is probably the last piece of sovereignty we still have intact. And my God, we cannot lose it. We cannot sell it. We cannot just let it go. We have to continue to circle the inherent sovereignty camp 24/7. We have to continue to train our young warriors that are coming up to look at it that way. So what does that mean? We have to instill and create our curriculums in our school systems and require our schools to teach things like that. We have to require our government to create laws like that. Tribal council, create a law that will make sure that these things are intact. And if you have them, enforce them. Why do we have to do it the other way? We've been doing it for over 400 years. Where are we at now? And as the old saying goes, there's a saying at home from my folks. They said, son, grandson, before you go out into this world and become somebody, before you become some famous person, movie star, whatever, or maybe even before you become the Navajo Nation president, make sure the home is intact. Make sure your mother and your father, they have a warm place to stay and a cool place, that they have a roof over their head. Make sure they have enough clean water and they have enough food. Make sure the horses and the animals, they have enough hay. Make sure everything's all together. Make sure your ceremonial people are all together. Make sure they have access to medicines. Make sure everything's together before you go out there and do something. Because if you don't, that's going to reflect back upon you of the kind of leader or whomever you're going to be. It's an old-time teaching. So as nations, as people, before we really start fighting for sovereignty, before we do all of these things, we got to make sure our homelands are together. We got to make sure that our leaders are sober. We got to make sure all of these things are intact. Because it seems like if we don't, then who are we? We're just as hypocritic as those that we've been dealing with all this time. And that appears to be our weaknesses today. We cannot allow that. And we're at a crucial time in our lives today. Because things are changing. Just because things are changing does not mean that we got to change. One of my folks, they say, these songs that we sing, these traditional songs, what does that mean? It means that our songs, they never age. Our prayers, they never age. Our ceremonies, they don't age. They're as young as the Creator when He created them. They're still the same. But we change. However, if we learn it like that, then and we keep it like that, it's going to continue to keep that. So the point being is that in this trek of protecting and preserving, we have found that it's beyond just peyote anymore. We have found that if we're going to talk about the protection and preservation of our Native American church, of our peyote ceremonies, we have to talk about others' ceremonies. Like at home, we just started the winter ceremonies, 9-night winter ceremonies. We're right smack middle of it, our season now. We have to protect and preserve those. We have to protect and preserve our medicines that are there. We have to have free access to those. It just doesn't make any sense if there's a sacred site that we have to have permission. From whom? Not from ourselves, but from other races, other governments. There was an irony that took place one year, about 2 years ago. And that's what my brother, Lee Juan, was talking about. We had a peyote meeting, Native American Church Services, there in Washington, D.C., at the end of our summit every year. One of those years, so of course, the federal government says, well, in either for you to have a ceremony, you must submit an application to do a ceremony. And then in the ceremony, make sure you designate that you're going to use fire. And you make sure you turn it in about 6 weeks before your event. Okay? We'll play along. And we did that. And one year we were late 1 week. And that week, they told us, you can have your ceremony, but you can't use fire. Why? Because you didn't put it in your application in the time frame. And I got mad. I stormed over to, at the time, he was the Senate Majority Leader, Charles Schumer. Said, look here, mister. How would you feel if I went to you and said, hey, you can't use the Holy Bible in church on Sunday? How would you feel? Fire is the essence of all of our ceremonies. And what was so bad about it was that the director of the National Park Service was Native. And what's even worse is his boss was the Secretary of Interior, Dub Holland. I said, this is crazy. So a lot of times we defeat our own selves sometimes. If somebody knew that, say, hey, who cares? let them have fire. But you can't tell an Indian or a Marine no. So I say, hey, long time ago, our people back at home, we didn't used to have teepees, we had hogans. So they had little fires. So let's do it. So we cut up wood about like that, and we made a little fire. So if somebody comes, like, yeah, go ahead and haul me off. That's my doing. All right. And we had fire. We still burned cedar. We still had a meeting. Because nobody's going to tell us no. Said, you're on Indian land. So, but the irony of that was the fact that even in the mix of all of this, we still had to justify ourselves. And we can't continue to justify ourselves through Western lenses anymore. And just the comparison that we made. Okay, if you can tell me I can't have fire, then you can't have the Holy Bible in your church. And it's for comparison purposes, not to say that one church is bad or the other, but to make that example. And so in that, the protection and preserve it, my point being today is, and then what this whole movement has begun from Native American Church of North America is that we have to begin to look at things in that perspective. And it was so right that the National Congress of American Indians reached out to the Native American Church of North America. Is there a way that we can come together? Yes, there is a way. Because it was already said in 1944. It was already written in there in 1944. So we're going to come full circle. Yes, yeah, we all do that. Seems like we kind of venture over this way. Maybe there's a good, nice highway right here, but we try to go on the other side roads and think that it might be a shortcut. But it might be all messed up. We might get stuck over there, but eventually we make it back over to the highway. And so that was the example that we gave. And say, yeah, let's do this. And so one of the first initiatives that NCAI did was that they formed the Large Land-Based Tribes Task Force. And they designated Chairman, Brother Grosbeck here from the Navajo Nation, and then Delegate Shauna Claw to co-chair the committee, the task force. And they had a rollout on Sunday. And it was good. And so those are some initiatives that are in place, that are beginning to take place. We've done walk the halls of Congress already, but we have to come back home over here and begin to educate, begin to advocate among our homes over here. And so there's no question. We must continue. If we're not, then let's start. Live as sovereigns. We need to speak as sovereigns. Because I've always said it's a no-brainer. It should be a no-brainer, but it's not. Why do we, if we have a list of priorities of funding in our annual tribal budgets, if it even makes it to that list, language preservation, why is it at the end a couple of dollars that's left? It should be a no-brainer. It should be at the top of the list. But it doesn't. So we have to speak as sovereigns. We can't just repeat what the non-Indians are saying or have said. As lawyers, we can't continue just to repeat what's already written by United States Supreme Court rulings. Let's repeat what Grandma said. Let's repeat what Grandpa said. Let's repeat what the traditional ceremonial laws are saying. Why are not the bundle carriers a part of our governments anymore? Why are societies not part of our governments anymore? But rather we have judicial branch, council over here, we have the president or the chairman over here. Why is it that it's structured like that? But the main heart and soul of our people, the bundle carriers, the hatchlis, they're just sitting over here. And we're trying to be sovereigns and say we're going to fight for sovereignty. So we have to speak as sovereigns. We have to pray and sing as sovereigns. Not to say, one of the most beautiful things I ever saw to me was when my son was attending the University of Oklahoma, the student body over there had a yearly peyote meeting in November, the first Friday of November. So I got a chance to go over there to support the students, sit up with them, pray and sing with them. And they had a church in Norman, Oklahoma, a Christian church. Here's a Christian church. Right next door to the church, they had a teepee ground. And they put up their teepee there, the students. And the church folks, the pastor and everybody else, they helped out. They put up the teepee, and they got all the food together too. And in the evening times, we would go into the church and they would feed us there after prayer. And then we would go into the teepee and pray all night. And sometimes in the morning, then the pastor and some of his staff, they would come into the teepee and they would partake of that morning breakfast with us. And they would pray also. After we got out, the church is the one that provided the snacks. And then they provided the noon meal in the church. So they were interacting with the students, Native American church. And that was the most beautiful things that I saw, I thought. Then when I come home, it's totally different. You have Christian churches that are on the radio on Sunday mornings telling people to throw away their bundles, to burn it. You have YouTube recordings saying the same thing, that you're going to hell if you go to ceremony. Recently I said, I've been to so many ceremonies in my life. I've never heard a roadman or a medicine man or somebody say, hey, go burn your Bible. Why is it like that? That's what I mean. We have to begin to pray and sing as sovereigns. We have to govern each other as sovereigns. We have to educate our children as sovereigns. And we have to use our healing and our dispute resolutions as sovereigns, using what we have as inherently sovereign people, not adopted. We talk about health. I always say, I make the example, this is the biggest hypocrisy there ever was too. The federal government gives us millions of dollars for diabetes prevention. On the other hand, it also gives us millions of dollars for donated food too. Cheese, beef that is just sodium rich. It's bad for us. It's diabetic infested. Those are some things we have to begin to look out for as nations. And that's what this movement is all about, my relatives, Native American Church of North America. It's not about peyote anymore, just peyote anymore. But guess what? It is true. Peyote is such a wonderful medicine. Native American Church is such a wonderful place. Ceremonies is such a wonderful place. It's enabling now, it's permeating into other issues. If we weren't talking about it like that, we wouldn't be talking about all these other things. Sovereignty would still, inherent sovereignty would still be at the bottom of the list over here. But that's what binds us together as tribes, as nations. And so that's the perspective, whether it's legal, holistic healing, or any other perspective, that's the perspective that we're on. My brother here, my brother Ryan Wilson, my sister here, and the board, the movement that's here. And now we have tribal chairmen that are here, tribal council delegates that are here, that are part of this movement here. And we're going to continue to do so, to educate, to advocate. And most of all, we need your prayers. We need your support. If you can't be there, say a prayer, burn some cedar, burn some sweetgrass. Because this involves all of you. You don't have to be a member of the Native American church. It involves you. And so I wanted to give some perspectives on that today. And I just didn't want to give a Cherokee case like you're at a regular law conference and this and that, and so dry and boring. Wanted to give you a different angle on things for you to be stimulated in the mind and your feelings. But most of all, I always say, it's a prayer. You can take this prayer home and say, hey, I heard something good over there. And I learned something too. And you can take that into your homes, your spouse, children, grandchildren. Take this blessing home. And I wanted to end it. Thank you.
Okay, going further here, we're just about done, relatives. So, and then thank Justin for this good native lens. You know how to his different examples and things for a lot of us. You know to understand and on a legal lens. So I appreciate it very much. So this time we'll go over here to our Peyote Way of Life Coalition. Mr. Herschel Clark, he's the vice chair. And I want to commend them and all their duties and their responsibilities, you know. And we have Ryan as our secretary too as well. And in the meantime, you know, our Mr. Wilson, Ryan, you know, he's still kind of doing some errands and things like that, you know. So, and then he's going to be running late. If not, we'll probably see him here this evening. So I'll turn this time over here to Mr. Clark.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to introduce myself really quick. My name is Herschel Walker Clark. I'm a citizen of the Navajo Nation. I'd like to thank Mr. John Brady, Mr. Justin Jones, the task force for the NCAI, and then the leadership here, everybody that's here. Yeah, thank you for participating and really gaining information of what's going on with our medicines. And I represent the Council of Peyote Way of Life Coalition, the vice chair, and we also have Mr. Ryan Sandoval, who's our secretary, and our chairperson is Mr. Frank Daesh of the Navajo Nation too as well. But for our presentation, I really wanted to kind of focus on the psychedelic, who they are, what they're doing, how are they infrastructuring their whole concepts of getting access to our medicines. I think that's something as tribal leaders, as advocates, and for me, I come from a background with public health. My background's in public health, and I have a master's in public health, and I really come from tobacco. That's my background. Is tobacco is the work that I do, and it really sinks into the information that we're going to be sharing in regards to how the industry has commercialized our sacred medicines. And for me, this is the work I've been doing for the last 10 years of my life, and just really working and advocating on reclaiming our sacred tobacco. Because we know what the industry has done to something that's very sacred to a lot of our people. They've commercialized it, they modified it, they synthesized it, they took the nicotine out of there. And that's why we have a lot of, vaping, e-cigarettes. That's one of the biggest problems that we're facing, not just in any country, but globally on a public health perspective. So that's the kind of work that I do. I work on reclaiming sacred tobacco. We have a national coalition too as well that we work on. And then also the Peyote Way of Life Coalition. So it kind of sinks in, our Native American church, our ceremonies, we use tobacco. And going into the work, I asked the question to our tribal leaders and our roadmen, is it okay that we use this in our ceremonies? When you really read it, it says these are dangers to our health these cause cancer, but yet we're praying with this and utilizing it. And I mean pipe tobacco, there's this cherry flavor. A lot of people like the cherry flavor. So I just wanted to introduce that I'm gonna be bringing a different perspective of who these psychedelic are and what they're doing with our medicines. You go ahead and go to the next slide. We all know the history of the psychedelic industry, right? We know in the 60s and 70s it's really the hippies that really came to a forth, and it really is rooted from our indigenous knowledge. It's our philosophies, it's our teachings, and that's really what they were trying to do back in the 60s and 70s. And really, to me, it's really interesting to understand that history on what they're doing currently today. And in the 60s and 70s, it wasn't until the United States cracked down and started really understanding what they're doing there, and they wanted to control these medicines, control these drugs. So they passed the controlled substance laws that they do have in place. And those controlled substance laws, I really credit them, to be honest, when it comes to our medicine peyote, because it protected it from the non-natives getting access to it. So no matter what we look at it, we got to work with these policies, and we're able to advocate to exempt the use of it for our religious ways. So you guys all know the history of the American Indian Religious Freedom, the 94 amendments. I think you guys are familiar with that. But I just wanted to kind of share a little bit of history and the background. And currently, you go next slide. But today, the hippies, I always say that they were unorganized back in the day. In some sense, you guys always see them at Woodstock, those pictures. And then really looking at them today, they're well equipped, they're professionals, they have PhDs, they're financially equipped. So this picture right here really displays, maybe the audience, I'm not sure if they can see the slide, maybe they don't want to look at me all the time, so they can look at the slides a little better. So this picture really depicts what they're doing today regards to being at the table with this psychedelic movement. And we'll share a little more in detail what's going on in the psychedelic. But the mission really is to have beneficial use of psychedelic access for people to use it in a rightful way in connections to these medicines, and to foster a community, especially in public health. I think that's what they're really wanting to advocate for. And we'll share a little bit more what's going on in the healthcare system. You can go to the next slide. So really, the psychedelic has really become smart. It really comprises of non-Indians, public health, pharmaceutical, psychedelic interest groups. And the few plant-based medicines that they're really after is mushrooms, tobacco, cannabis, ayahuasca, peyote. And there's also synthetic versions of these. And the question is, do we support that too as tribal leaders, synthetic versions of psilocybin, ketamine, DMT, mescaline? That's the biggest conversations that we have. And I think that's the biggest issue that we're seeing with our Native American church efforts is the concepts of mescaline, synthetic versions of mescaline. But the question is, do we want to develop synthetic versions of our medicines, synthetic versions of our ceremonies? I think that's the question that we need to start discussing a little more deeper on why this is a critical issue for us to understand. And also just for expanding spiritual growth. I think that's the hippies kind of understanding. They're really wanting to connect to these plants, these medicines, and also for public health. I have a lot of colleagues that ask me, why are you not allowing us to gain access to these medicines? And not really fully understanding, their intentions. I tell them, hey, you guys don't understand how we look at these medicines, how we take care of them, how we utilize them in a ceremonial way. And we don't want to lose that. We don't want to water that down. We don't want to get it in the wrongful hands, because the psychedelic, as I'll share later on, they're divided themselves too. They're really into it for some of them are in it for money, synthetic versions, pharmaceutical. Then you have the hippies, the real hippie ones that are wanting natural, but they also want the natural ways of how we use it. But it's really up to us to be at the table for those discussions too as well. So really, I wanted to share the concepts. I've tried to understand the psychedelic industry. It's really hard. It's a lot. It's really comprehensive. It's a lot of individuals, groups, and organizations that are part of this. So I try to form it in a way that it's based on three simple concepts that they're trying to do. One is to really build education and awareness on who they are today compared to what they were in the hippie age. Number two is community building, support, bringing people together like NCAI. for an example, bringing all our tribal leaders together, and they'll share what's going on with MAPS, the psychedelic conference that happened in Denver, what they play in this role. And in advocacy, policy reforms, I think that's what we're addressing now. And there's some information that's going on in different parts of the country with regards to states, Colorado, the Natural Medicine Health Act that we want to share too as well. You go to the next slide. So in the psychedelic movement, education and awareness, it's really about changing the narrative of how they look at these drugs, the controlled substance laws, how those are fear factor for people to say, hey, these are drugs, we don't want them to use it, we'll criminalize you. There's all these different types of penalties that they're using. What they're trying to do now is change that narrative that these medicines are these drugs were actually medicines. They're using our concepts now. And that's why it's really important for them to engage with us as well. So they're trying to change the public narrative through education, through awareness. And they're also providing research, evidence-based. They're bringing people in who have PTSD, mental health, depression, all these types of different mental health. They're bringing data to the table. And I think that's where we need to be at the table as well, because they're using our indigenous methodologies in these research approaches. And it's really to look at a healthcare system today. You know, mental health is huge in the global level, and they're wanting to incorporate those into the healthcare systems at the state level and at the federal level eventually. So I think it's really crucial for us to understand what they're doing. And like I said, I'll mention a little more on the Colorado Act. Oh, you go to the next one. And number two is they're building community support. How does that look? You know, you look at, like I mentioned today, they're professionals. Today, you got scientists, you got researchers, you got public health advocates, you got public health professionals. Then you got philanthropists, you got attorneys, you got legal representation too as well. Then they got representations working at the state level, at the federal level, DEA, FDA. They're really well organized, to be honest. And I think it's really, we have to understand what they're doing. And it's always the saying, understand who your enemies are, right? But we really need to dive into what they're doing. And so these are key people that are part of the psychedelic movement. And then if you look at the highlighted area, is indigenous people, American Indians, federally recognized tribes. Where are we at in this conversation? So that's where the question is, where's our representations in the psychedelic community? And you go to the next slide, and there's a report by the Psychedelic Science Funders, collective collaborative support, collective roadmap for collective philanthropy. So this is a really interesting report that just came out in February, and it really lays down the blueprint of what the psychedelic is doing from their funders. There's millions and even billions of dollars that are invested into this psychedelic movement. And these philanthropists are involved. I think that's the question is, they're the ones that are funding this. This is their report. This is a blueprint that they're going to lay out for the next 10, 20, 30 years from now. So I really encourage people, if you want to understand what they're really doing, read this report. It's about 200 page plus. I'm still reading it. There's a lot of different components in there. So what I got with this information is what I'm going to be sharing a little bit. It's a lot of information though, but you go to the next slide. And I think our issue with Native American Church, tribal leaders, it's been said numerous times from the Native American Church about the representations within the psychedelic community. There's indigenous medicine conservations funds. Who are they? Who invented them? Who established them? Then there's also the indigenous peyote conservation funds. How did they get their establishment in the psychedelic community? Because we know their investments from the psychedelic, their philanthropies, they invested in these organizations to be representations within the psychedelic community. So our question is, for a lot of our tribal leaders and the concerns, I think that's the reason why we're divided, is do we partner with the psychedelic community? Shall we be with them in our discussion of these medicines that they're after? Is it ethical to partner with them? So that's the responsibilities of some of our relatives that are part of these organizations to ask themselves as spiritual leaders. as leaders of their communities that they say, does your communities understand what you guys are doing in the psychedelic movement? That's the question I have. To this day, I haven't really heard what they're doing with our medicines. So it's really interesting to understand these key indigenous organizations that really these philanthropists and these psychedelic have really invested into to bring indigenous voices to these psychedelic conferences and summits. And other organizations, there's a lot of organizations in this report. They're developing ethical research frameworks. They're developing guidelines on how to gain access within or work with indigenous communities. How do we gain access to their songs, their prayers, their intellectual knowledge, the traditional knowledge? That's really what they're after. So they're displaying that. And this report says everything. And this, I'm not making anything up. So I think it's really good to do your research and understanding how they're going about getting access to our medicines. But just not our medicines, they're after our intellectual property, our traditional knowledge. And to us, that means our songs, our prayers, our ceremonies, our fireplaces, our instruments. Those are not fairly protected. So how do we protect that from being exploited? You know, that's the question that we have is, do we support what they're doing as being representations of us in the psychedelic community? That's a question that we need to ask ourselves too as well. Go next slide. So over the summer in Denver, we were able to participate in some way. I'd say participate because we kind of just went in there and said, we're going to set up and we're going to present from the Council of Peyote Way, a Life Coalition. So this is a picture of MAPS. That's one of the largest multi-associations for psychedelic services or studies. They're a huge component of what they're doing in the psychedelic. They host these events, these conferences. They bring all these people, like I mentioned, these professionals to the field. Then they bring evidence, they bring research, data, displaying it to show the community that this is something that could be beneficial to our healthcare and to our well-being. But where's the indigenous representations? Where's NCAI? Where's our tribal leaders? That's what we're trying to really advocate throughout the day is we want our people to be at the table. We want that tribal consultation to have our voice be heard. And I say this in my personal view, if I was ever at that conference being able to speak, I wouldn't have to explain anything to them. I would just say, hey, our medicines do not belong in the psychedelic community, period. No means no. We don't have to explain our rightful relations to these medicines. We don't have to share our philosophies, our teachings, because these are researchers, these are scientists, these are investors that are wanting to get access to this medicine. So why share that intellectual property, traditional knowledge with them? There's a protocol, there's procedures. When you work with tribes, especially fairly recognized tribes here in the United States. So it's just not indigenous people. It's us here, fairly recognized tribes. I think that's the right word we use. So the questions that we have, do they speak on our behalf when they're in these conferences? I think that's the concern that we have from Native American Church, our Peyote Way of Life Coalition, ABDN members back on Navajo Nation. Our concern is what are they doing in the psychedelic conferences? And to me, it's a lot of questions, clarifications, because these individuals who are working, they have a responsibility too as well as spiritual leaders, as advocates for us. Come back, tell us what you guys are doing in the communities. That's all, very simple. You go to the next slide. And we talked about philanthropists. Cody Swift, I think you guys all know who he is. He's a philanthropist. He's owner of the River Styx Foundation. And this is information from his website. I just didn't make this up. But this is how much he is involved with the psychedelic community. You can see psychedelic research, all the universities he's working with, he's funded them. Decriminalization policy reforms, those are what he's funding too as well. He's invested into that. Then psychedelic conferences, he's invested into that as well. Then you got psychedelic organizations that he's invested into. Then you look at the blue portion, there's tribal organizations. That's where we have a concern. And for me, back in 2017, my family, we met Cody for the very first time. He came down to the Navajo Nation. We were intrigued. We were like, wow, this is something that we want to support. But we didn't do our homework. We didn't do our background check on who he is, where he's coming from, the concepts and things that he wants to do as a philanthropist. I guarantee if our relatives in our communities knew his background, we wouldn't have been in a partnership with his organization. That's the way I look at it. And that's the part that we have to answer ourselves in our communities. Do we know what's going on in the psychedelic community? Because we have a common interest with the psychedelic community. We want to preserve and protect our medicines in a natural habitat. Psychedelic, they have that same interest. But do we involve ourselves with them in those efforts? So that's a lot of questions. I don't have the answers. I have my personal perspectives, but it's really up to the leadership. It's collective body here that has to have a voice. So this is what I like to share. It's just research that I've been doing. You go to the next slide. So the advocacy, the third portion, is really about public policy reform. I think you guys are all understanding what's going on with the decriminalization of peyote, mescaline. They're also doing psilocybin, ketamine, different approaches throughout the country, throughout the states. They're really working on developing work studies, advisory groups with the states. Some states are resistant. They don't really want to go through with psychedelic, so they're advocating for research. I think psilocybin is one of the biggest one. You guys all know what happened with marijuana, cannabis. I think that's something that really paved the road for what the psychedelic are going to do. And they're going to do it in phases, from what I understand. Right now they're working on psilocybin, ketamine. Then eventually, I think the biggest concern we have is mescaline and peyote. That's 10 years from now. That's what they're preparing for. We know that, but they're going through these policies, and there's ways and process that they're going to go about. And I'll bring up the lawsuit that's happening in DEA too as well with the psychedelic churches. And that's how they're going to get access to these medicines, is through that religious exemption is what they're asking for. So just go to the next slide. So 35 plus states. I haven't really updated this portion. I know it's more than that. You can go to the next one. But like we mentioned, John this morning, he mentioned there's 13 states. These are the 12 states that I have. I think the 13th one, I'm not sure who it is. But this is peyote and mescaline. You can see from California all the way down to Alaska. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. But this is kind of the landscape that we're working with. This is the work that Native American Church, our leadership, we're really trying to understand what they're doing at the state level too as well. But there's also all of our medicines too as well, and we'll get in a little bit of discussion on that. You go to the next slide. And they're also wanting to, like I said, reshape these policies, and they need indigenous voices, they need indigenous perspectives. I think the word they're using is indigenous. I shouldn't be using that. But federally recognized tribes, I think is a rightful perspective when working here in the United States. And that's what we're learning in the state of Colorado. And all these reform policies that they're saying, they're developing these tribally advisory groups. They're using the word indigenous. But they're really wanting to gain access to how we look at these medicines. Like I mentioned, the intellectual property, traditional knowledge, they're doing research. They're trying to promote that to better understand the guidelines that they're developing. And I'll share a little more in detail what they're doing. There's also universities that are involved. There's a lot of psychedelic centers. There's about 20 plus universities who adopted, kind of merged into the psychedelic centers too as well. Harvard, UC Davis, I think Colorado is one of them too as well. But you can go next slide, and this is a really interesting slide. So that's Rick Doblins. He's the CEO of MAPS. He's really the head kind of person that's leading this efforts too as well. And this is at the psychedelic conference. And these are all the universities that have psychedelic centers: Wisconsin, UC Davis, Michigan, Harvard, Yale, Berkeley, Johns Hopkins. So you can see what we're against, what we're fighting against in some sense, because they're well equipped educationally. Like I said, these are scientists, experts that are really wanting to look at how our medicines are, and they're gonna move forward with it the way I look at it. But we got to pick our battles. This is a war in some sense. We can't win everything, but we got to pick what we got to pick. And if I had a magic wand, I would say freeze everything, but I don't think we can. But we got to pick our battles and how we're going to approach our efforts. But this is just information I wanted to share. You can go next slide. They're establishing, I think the biggest concern that we have in the psychedelic is about these churches. I think you missed one slide. Can you go back again? Okay, never mind. Like I mentioned, one of the psychedelic churches, I think the Native American church, they kind of covered it. But briefly, it's really, back in 2016, 2024, DEA received 24 petitions advocating for religious exemption. And these are non-natives, religious churches that are asking religious exemptions to certain substances with the Controlled Substance Act, certain medicines that they're after, which is peyote. I guarantee that's one of the main efforts. And the concern is that how is this going to impact the American Indian Religious Freedom Acts of 94, the amendments? How is that going to impact? So this is a really crucial lawsuit if it goes forward. We need our tribal leaders to be at the table to advocate for us, to understand what's going on, to consult with DEA. So this is really important. I think North America has covered this a couple of times too as well, a little more in detail. You go to the next slide. The other one is ethical guidelines on psychedelic services. It was really interesting to be at the psychedelic conference. I went through all the marketing, the displays there, and it's really interesting. I saw a lot of them wearing eagle feathers, having bald eagles, but they were fake. They were paper, because we know that bald eagles are fairly protected, right? But that's what they're mimicking in some sense. Then I had the advantage, I'm a researcher too, my former researcher, so I went around to every booth, asked them about peyote, asking them about medicines, tobacco, and a lot of the questions that they had, a lot of them were saying, yes, we know about your ceremonial tobacco, but we haven't had access to your traditional practitioners at home. We want to interview them. We've got to develop it into evidence-based, then we can introduce it as a mechanism for the healing centers that they're developing. So that's the conversations I had at these conferences. And I really encourage you guys to engage with these people at the booth. What's their intentions? And a lot of them already using peyote. I would say about 90% of them. So they're using it illegally. So the question is, how do we consult with these psychedelic people? How do we work with them to understand that our views and our perception is really important when it comes to the types of services that they're trying to develop? And do we even engage with them, or do we get our tribal leaders involved? I don't know how that's going to work. They're also developing the shamans and traditional practitioner certification. To me, as a practitioner, there's some practitioners here. That's a serious ethical concern. Is that something we're allowing these non-Indians to gain access to how we use these medicines and these treatment centers that they're developing? Is that what we want? A good example is these fireplaces that we have teetering off people. Let's say you went through a psilocybin or a ketamine treatment, and in the end portion, you bring in a practitioner, non-Indian that's certified though, and the shaman, traditional practitioner certified, gets a feather, puts some cedar down on a charcoal, and fans that person off and does a prayer for them. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to go about it. That's why it's really important for us to be at the table. And there's probably some answers to this, I'm not sure, but that's some of the things, questions, and concerns that we have is where are we at the table to advocate for the protection and preservation of our ways, our practitioners? How do they look at this? And they are developing code of ethics, spiritual guidelines, and they're wanting to work with indigenous peoples on how to develop those guidelines. And that's the part that I have is, what are we doing as practitioners? Are they really engaging? Are they really giving this information out to the psychedelic community? I don't know. That's a question. Are we willing to have non-Indians facilitate these traditional psychedelic, I'm just making up words, I don't know what they're gonna call it, medicines and ways of life within their treatment centers? And that's the question that we have. As a non-Indian, is that what we do? Or is there even our own practitioners going in there and doing a song and doing a prayer for them? Is that what they want? I don't know. You go next, man. And there's also a business portion to it. Like I mentioned, there's investments. It's all about money for some of them. And then they want to develop Western ways through laws, policies, business opportunities, organizational opportunities. I come from a nonprofit background recently, and there's a lot of funding that could be done in nonprofit. They're bringing these concepts of reciprocity, benefit sharing. What does that mean to us? Does that mean that our medicines are for sale? Our way of life is for sale? Our intellectual property, traditional knowledge? Is that what they're proposing? That they'll give us 10, 15, 20% of the overall network profit from mescaline, from peyote, from psilocybin? I don't know. That's the question. Is our medicine for sale? So I just wanted to share briefly what's going on in the psychedelic, but I really encourage people to understand what's going on in there, get more information, because this is just a summary. It's a lot of detailed understanding of what they're doing, their infrastructure, their committees, the things that they're doing. Be part of that. Understand what they're doing with our sacred medicine and our traditional knowledge. And I really appreciate the leadership here. It really is up to our tribal leaders to be the representation, to speak for us, legally speaking. But as practitioners, grassroots, we're going to do our job. And that's what we do. We're advocates. We're going to continue no matter what. But we need our tribal leaders to speak on our behalf too as well and be in these discussions with the psychedelic. And then I'll leave it with the quote. This quote is: a threat to one medicine is a threat to all of our medicines. And I think that's a strong quote, because we're just talking about peyote earlier, but now we're talking about all of our medicines. And I do my work in tobacco. That's what I want to do. That's my interest. So I leave it with that. I'll give it over to Ryan. He's going to talk a little bit more about what's going on in the Natural Medicine Health Act in the state of Colorado. Go next slide. Good. And then Ryan he'll talk a little more in detail exactly what's going on there. And we really need tribes to understand what's going on with that Natural Medicine Health Act and the advisory group that's there. This is the report that they developed just recently from the recommendations to the state of Colorado on how they're going to implement psychedelic services within the state of Colorado.
Can I make a comment very quick?
Yeah.
My name is Mary Ann Mills, and I'm a council member for the Canarsie Indian tribe in Kenai, Alaska. And I can say one thing: be extremely careful. The universities and the pharmaceuticals came to Alaska, and I pick all of my medicine plants, and they wanted to interview me. They wanted to know how we used our medicines. So, and the end result, I would not share anything with them, period. But some of the people did, are indigenous people, because they bought into this, oh, we're going to help everybody. Oh, no, they won't. What they do, a lot of our places, the pharmaceuticals came in when they knew what some of our medicines were. They shut those places off. They got the medicines and we got kicked out. So I also attended a psychedelic conference, which was very interesting as well. And it's all about money, and there is not much things to do that.
Thank you for your, I agree with you. Yeah, being very careful.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to read a message or also a summary recommendation from our chairperson, Frank Dayish. In 2022, Colorado voters approved Proposition 122, Colorado Natural Medicine Health Act, which legalizes natural medicine and plant-based psychedelic substance for personal use and cultivation, Proposition State License. In 2024, the Colorado Federal Recognition Act Tribe Indigenous Community Working Group established recommendation. The Natural Medicine Advisory Board on February 4, 2025, the tribal group provided a final recommendation regarding psychedelic treatment, service, the recommendation concern. Voter recommendation not to implement Natural Medicine Health Act. Voter recommendation not to implement mescaline and the Natural Medicine Health Act. Travel Advisory Committee concern, which implicates, number one, the licensing application owner for psychedelic treatment center identified as indigenous, rather than federally recognized tribe. The tribal work group recommends Colorado DORA, which does mean the Department of Regulatory Agency. DORA strongly considered not using the word indigenous, instead using federally recognized tribe, which I think is a key word, federally recognized tribe. Again, it comes back to the federal Title 25. Anyone can self-identify as indigenous. This may be a loophole for non-Indians and psychedelic interest group. The establishment of psychedelic treatment centers in Colorado plans to incorporate indigenous knowledge. The concern is how they define indigenous knowledge. Does this include our Navajo intellectual property and traditional knowledge? The tribal work group recommends that Colorado DORA have tribal consultation with federally recognized tribe and how they define indigenous knowledge. Indigenous intellectual property and traditional knowledge are not federally and state protected. Indigenous knowledge can compromise of our tribal songs, prayers, offering ceremonial medicine and herbs. The tribal work group recommends that the Colorado DORA board establish a proper approval process when considering incorporating indigenous knowledge or tribal intellectual property. Knowledge into psychedelic services. Tribal Human Research Review Board, Indian Health Services, or federally recognized tribal processes. Tribal consultation with federally recognized tribe is strongly recommended. The legalization and decriminalization of mescaline is a violation of federal law, American Indian Religious Freedom Act of 1994, because mescaline and peyote are one and the same and cannot be separated. We don't know the landscape of mescaline is legalized or decriminalized that will impact ceremonial use of peyote in federally recognized tribe. The Colorado Natural Medicine Health Act process for implementing psychedelic service will eventually be a blueprint for other states to follow. We encourage all to continue monitoring environmental and state, federal level and protected our peyote way of life, including our tribal intellectual property and knowledge. And if you have any questions, you can contact Mr. Frank Dayish. He has his email, frankdayish.dayishgmail.com. And he implements it here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Frank Dayish. And in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, earlier it has implicated our way of life, our ceremonial is a threat. We see that, I see that consistently. I was raised traditionally by my grandparents. My grandfather, who was Don Harry, was a peyote roadman, also a traditional practitioner. The medicine that we shared, that we got, was from the state of Oklahoma through the Cheyenne Nation. And that's how I was raised. Things were different back then, most of you probably know and see. As I grew, of course, I went to school in Kansas Haskell Indian University at the time. And it brings me back to that coherent of oneness, seeing all these tribes coming together. And we're faced with a new threat, or language, or sovereignty. If you look at the word sovereignty, there's one Supreme Court case, some of you may know, who are a practitioner, which is the Oliphant versus Squamish tribe of Washington that happened here not too long ago, back in 1978. And this morning it dawned on me, looking at my phone, laying at the hotel bed, and that Supreme Court opinion took sovereignty away of criminal justice system from our tribal government. So that's also an example of what we were faced with. And being in the military, I served in the United States Marine Corps and the Army as well. We had to sign documentation to say that we utilize medicine. So Navajo boys that were stationed in 29 Palms. And in essence, in that sense, we had to go to great lengths just to particularly induce the medicine. So in those threats that we are facing with is our language and our culture. Looking back through history of cases, the assimilation process, the colonialism, there was a mind established way back so many years ago that some of these attorneys do say that were instructors to me, that tribes were not supposed to last no more than 100 years. But nonetheless, we had last through this medicine. And it was beautiful to know that was shared the testimonial, the medicine that we call peyote. And it reminded me, bring me back to those days, that this is our identity. This is who we are. This is our mind, our soul, our fire, our water. And it's being threatened. And I hope that in the future that some of these younger generations that were sitting here this morning, they will be leaders one of these days. They will stand here one of these days and they will look back and say, yes, our grandpa said this, to ensure that this will still to continue and practice. And our language, the Nebazar, from my Navajo people. Because in our praying in the Nebazar, or your language, it does accentuate and connect with your spirit. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Veterans here as well, thank you for serving this country. And we do have a story as Native people. And that story is a thread that threads into the United States flag, into the United States of America, that we are American as well. And we do have a dream one of these days that psychedelic and all these other individuals will not take our medicine, will not take our identity away, because that is who we are. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, relative, we just got one more presenter, and then we'll just kind of, maybe everybody has questions or ideas, solutions. So we'll go to our good uncle here, our ceremonial traditional practitioner, Mr. Ernest Harry Begay. Okay, thank you.
Yate, Njona, it's good to see all of you.
Oh.
Good afternoon.
Oh.
By federally recognized tribe introduction, I'm Ernest Harry Begay, census number 126796. With the Navajo tribe. Navajo, or really my mom's Mescalero, so I'm Apache. Nashkalenushle, Kintlitchin, Ebashichin, Katnesani Dashido, Kinyani Dashinale, What else? He said the clans have origin stories. That's where sovereignty begins. Each one of us is sovereign by our clans. My clan, Mescalero Apache, we came from the top of the mountain. That's where we came from. That's where our sovereignty begins. And then we are all children of the holy people. So how I got here this year is Avery Denny couldn't make it. I think he was a little jealous, so he had to stay home. You can tell him I said that too. I know it's on the air and he's listening. Him and I were married into the same family, clan-wise. So that's why we pick on one another pretty good. Avery is the president of the NACNA Association. Hatkali interprets to chanting. So Sean Connery kind of ruined it. Medicine Men. So we don't want to use that one. Medicine Men Association, we don't want to say that. We say the NACNA Association or the Nat Chanters Association. And now, since Avery's administration, we have that ending, incorporated. We're incorporated. Can you believe that for the first time in the history of the Navajo Chanters Association, any group like that there's an incorporation with us? We have that. After all these years, many people came and went. It was Avery's idea, and he's the one that led us in that direction. Now we have a more say as incorporation. That really means a lot. So that's that. Last year, I got to be in Washington with these people. There we had the real fire when we had our NAC prayer service. So we had the real fire there. Now, when I went there as a traditional counselor. I work with the Indian Health Services as a traditional counselor. And since that time, I want to report that the Utah Navajo Health System, whom I work for in Southeast Utah, and the University of Utah are restoring traditional methods of healing, which is based on self-identity, self-respect, self-help, where you help yourself, and then self-care. This has always been there. All these years in the behavioral health world, we've been using Western modalities. So now University of Utah and the Utah Navajo Health System are working together to restore that traditional healing method. So with that, our people already have wellness models. All Indian tribes, they're there. We have healing methods. We have wellness models. We also have positive kinship that we use. We have healthy aging practices that are there. And we have leadership values that are there. All we need to do is write them down. That's where we're at. Just confer on it within our tribes and then write them down, and we got it going. When we are American Indians, members of federally recognized tribes, we always say, where are you from? Of course, whenever somebody asks me, they always say, I'm from my mother and my father. That's sovereignty in its own way. So then we say, well, I'm from Rock Point. Justin, my nephew and I were from Rock Point, Arizona. He's from on that side of the valley, the west side of the valley. I'm on the east side of the valley. So he's west side, I'm on east side. I'm east side. And where you come from, that is the most beautiful place there is in the world. The most beautiful place that there is in the world. There's no place like that. There's no place like home. So that's where we're from. And that's fortunately for Navajo people, that's where we are yet, the four sacred mountains. I know many of our other plains brothers and sisters, they've moved to different areas. So home is not where home used to be, but where it's home is home. So with that, then, the places we are from, that's a sovereign place. And we have sacred sites. I'm proud to say that where I'm from, there are four natural canyons, right in front of where my mother lives. And this land was given to her by her father-in-law, whom by clan was her brother. And of those four canyons, two of them have natural springs to this day. Water is there. And that's why I say it's one of the most beautiful places that there is. So in that way, then, the sacred sites, those are our boundaries, and that's our sovereignty. And then the ways of our lives, the ways of our lives we are from, that's sovereignty. We have ceremonies by seasons, ceremonial items, medicinal herbal habitats that are around us. Those are sovereign. We recognize them. And all we have to do is tell each other about them, put them down on paper, teach our children about these things. Prayers, songs. My mother taught me to pray. My father taught me to sing. So in that way, then, their teaching was simply that when your mother is living, my mom's still living, she'll be 88 here in the next 4 days. 4 days. Today, my dad is 92. Today's his birthday. That's my dad that's living on Mother Earth that I'm with yet. My biological dad, he died in 2010. So my mom, she taught me to pray. My mom is an orphan. She's an orphan. So she grew up in a church. So in that way, then that's how she taught me to pray. But then along the way, then, as she became more aware of the traditional Navajo understanding, then her praying, the way that she structured her prayers began to change a little bit. And to this day, it's that way. So she taught me to pray, and she told me, she says that as long as I'm here, you can come to me for what you want. I'll provide that for you. Someday when I move on to the spiritual healing ground, when that happens, then praying will be your mother. You pray when you want something. Likewise, my dad taught me to sing. So there it is. That's the answer that we have today. Ceremonies and teachings, we have those things. So now, our home, there are four grounds here that we are going through. We have our home ground. That's a sovereignty in itself. Our spiritual dwelling, educational dwelling. By the Treaty of 1868 for our people, educational dwelling. And then we have a governmental dwelling, 4 dwellings. And in that we have the traditional side, and then we have the dominant society side. We have that. We have those two. And that's where then, like in education, our chief Manuelito in 1868 said, go on. Maintain your language and your culture. Take care of it. Don't ever forget it. But learn this white man's way. Learn to speak like them. Get their understanding. If you have to pray like them. Learn that too. You know what? There's going to be 2 to their 1. That's more power to you. So there is that. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. That's how life goes. We come from our mother on that side and our father on that side. We are here. We go on that way. That's how life goes on. From the time that we are born, the principle of duality in indigenous mentality or traditional mentality. I'm learning words here too. Don't say indigenous, says my grandson. Okay, all right. We always learn. Okay. So then, my father and my mother, they're saying that we're all two-spirit people, is what they said. And I thought, what? Two-spirit means something else in the dominant society world. But then my mother says that, no, this right side of your body, that's your mom. This left side is your father. And right there, there's balance. And then sometimes that tends to get off balance in a way. That's where certain sexualities can come in. So in that way, then, that's where that comes in. It's what they tell me. So in that way, then, so there's that principle of duality. Female and then male. There's that. We go based on that. So in that way, then, there's that traditional side, there's the modern side. So in that way, then, our home, curfew, first thing I can think of. You can never get away from it. Policy, politics, you can never get away from it. Police, somebody there to take care of it. You can never get away from it. That's also in your spiritual dwelling. That's also in your education. You have to say, for me it was, Mrs. Wilcoxon, may I go to the restroom? You have to get permission to go out. You cannot just, you don't just get up and go. There's all those, you can never get away from rules. And then over here in our governmental setting, it's the same way. All because that in time, you get your own home and you restart the process again with your children on through. That's life. That's where we're at, as you all know. So in that way, then, we do not copy one another. We are all unique in our own ways. We do not try out something, try out somebody else's way. We already have our ways. We do not try out somebody else's herbs. We already have our own. All these things, it's already there. We are secure with our own traditional fundamental laws. So in that way, then, here we are in Seattle, Washington now, with the NCAI 82nd Airborne, that's not the 82nd Annual Conference. Here, we're beginning to form another team with them. The Native American Church of North America, under Nephew's leadership here, came to us as the NACNA Association and said that, hey, I think we're in this together. Let's work together on this. So that's the trip that we started on last year. And here we are. Now we've got NCAI. We're moving on. So in that way, then, what we're actually talking about, that my grandfather used to talk about, is that 4 branches. The spiritual branch, that's what we're talking about. The spiritual branch of our government to be. That's what we're talking about. We have to have that because we need to have prayers and songs. The legislative branch we have, that's where our planning comes in. The executive branch where we implement. And then the judicial branch, where we have to abide by and feel secure and have the sense of being humble and hopeful. So in that way, then, our sovereignty is deeply embedded in our spiritual practices, which are an integral part, an integral element of every aspect of our lives. Traditional fundamental law serves as the bedrock of our governance, from which policy decisions originate, and we must exercise discerning judgment in its administration. We cannot permit trauma-induced behaviors to compromise and hijack our leadership. That's very important. That's a traditional value, a traditional belief. We cannot permit trauma-induced behaviors to compromise and hijack our leadership. Consequently, we necessitate a robust ethical framework. The NACNA Association is currently working on ethics. We meet again here in December to begin to finalize that ethics for all our Navajo chanters, because we are in the age of insurance reimbursement for traditional services. We're there. The American Medical Association, they give licensure to providers, nurses, so forth and so on. We need to do that on our side. We need to begin that. And they're based on ethics. We have to have ethics. It's always been there. It's just a matter of putting them down. Everything has ethics to it. Our clans have ethics to them. Our homes have ethics to them. Our sacred sites have ethics to them. Our ceremonies have ethics to them. Our ceremonial items, our sacred herbs, they have ethics to them. And that's what we need to go by. We need to put them down, write them down. Like I said, they're already there. This encompasses not only peyote and mescaline, but other herbs, ceremonies, ceremonial sites, and sacred sites. This is a fundamental principle upheld by our ancestors from time immemorial. This is what the basis to NCAI. That's what it is, as I've understood here the past few days, which was to secure our traditional fundamental laws and ways of livelihood that our descendants had from time immemorial. So that's where we're at. Education is culture change. Let us educate one another. Advocacy is systems change. Let us advocate. Hope is strategy. Our voice is a pebble. One pebble starts a ripple. One ripple can cause a deep current beneath a huge wave. Shall we say purple wave? Yes, purple wave. A wave to restoring balance, the spiritual responsibility of sovereignty. Thank you, nephew, for giving me time to be here again this year.
Thank you. All right, I just want to thank the uncle here. I want to thank to our presenters here. A really awesome, everything was well understood, well said, and then thank everyone for coming out here, for being here on behalf of your tribe, your nation. And I hope this really was a good information for each and every one, not only here physically, but through our live stream. So basically, our message here today, basically is grounded in the teachings of our elders, the authority of our tribal sovereignty, and the sacred responsibility to protect our way of life and the generations that will follow us. Today, we respectfully request that the NCAI reaffirm, uphold, strengthen its long-standing commitments to the Native American Church and the protection of the Holy Sacrament. Commitments to this date back over 4 decades. NACNA has already endorsed the Native American Church efforts on 3 separate times. In the 1980s resolution, the Reuben Snake era, NCAI passed a resolution supporting Native American Church during the late Reuben Snake and a spiritual political leader. This resolution bore the official NCAI stamp and seal and affirmed NCAI's responsibility to protect the Native American Church and sacred places. In the 1990s, NCAI Executive Council resolution reaffirmed that peyote is essential, fundamental to the Native American Church religion and our way of life. Native American Church members have protected the right to use. NCAI must pursue every avenue of advocacy to defend these rights. In the modern resolutions in the 2000s and the 2020s, NCAI again reaffirmed NACNA's standing, sovereignty, protection of the sacrament, peyote in more recent decades, including endorsement of Native American Church of North America's policy efforts, sovereignty positions, and the ERFA protections. These are our historical commitments from an unbroken chain of support that NCAI is duty-bound to honor today. Today's threats are greater than ever. The challenges we face in 2025 are more complex, more coordinated, and more dangerous than those we faced back in the 90s during the Alfred Smith versus Oregon case. Like we said before, state decriminalization bills, there's 13 states, proposed bills attempting to decriminalize. So we're trying our best, to have the states to enforce these laws that we're governed by. So with a no tribal consultation, that's violating American Indian Religious Freedom Act. That's violating our sovereignty and attempting to redefine a sacred medicine as a psychedelic drug. And then psychedelic industry expansion, that non-native psychedelic organizations, researchers, and entrepreneurs are attending psychedelic conferences claiming authority on peyote, misclassifying peyote as a hallucinogen, inserting themselves into indigenous ceremonial matters, lobbying legislators to include peyote in drug policy, using native faces to justify non-native goals, and attempting to commercialize or research peyote without tribal consent. And our non-native organizations speaking for Native American Church, there's entities out there and others that lead heavily influenced by non-natives have tried to position themselves as spokesperson for peyote, appear at psychedelic forums, and receive funding based on peyote narratives, influence public policy on our behalf, and just bypass NACNA and ABNDN and sovereign tribal nations. So violations of our American Indian Religious Freedom Act is being ignored, misunderstood, or intentionally sidestepped. Peyote is federally protected tribes, not nonprofits, not psychedelic organizations, or the lawful governing authority on ceremonial matters. Peyote is not a drug, it is a sacred covenant for our ceremonial nations. The sacrament peyote is a covenant, a prayer, a way of life, a sovereign identity, a living relative, a religious freedom guaranteed by U.S. law. Once upon a time, my late grandpa, his name was Alfred Driver. He told us one time in the morning time around the fireplace, our ceremony is good. It's good that we have it. The non-native call it a drug because they must label it or categorize it into something. Everything but peyote is not a drug. It is how we connect to God, just as Christians connect through the Bible. So today, NACNA and the NCAI Peyote Working Group request the following reaffirm the 1980s and 90s and modern NCAI resolutions supporting Native American church efforts in our way of life. Maybe adopt another resolution, NCAI resolution declaring peyote is not a psychedelic, it is protected, a religious sacrament. Impose all decriminalization, legalization bills referencing peyote. Support NACNA-led ceremonial peyote task force. Maybe direct some NCAI policy staff to assist with NACNA and defending ARFA. And issue a formal warning to non-native groups interfering with ceremonial governance. This is some of the notes that, I just want to kind of share and shine light on. We have a lot of paperwork here. So our whole point and our whole mission here today was get tribal leadership to enforce these laws that we're governed by, and then we could go on, but everybody's probably getting hungry. It's right at 1 o'clock here. So I want to say thank you for your time. And if you could please sign the sign-in sheet, that's going to really help, and maybe next year or however it may be, maybe we'll get more involved in a really nice way here. So I know we have some other presenters that have to go to another room here. So any closing comments or ideas here? Maybe, okay.
Yeah, my name's Joel James. I'm from the Navajo Nation. And I was walking by. Back. You're getting prisoners' rights to rituals back. And you're getting peyote back. I have nothing but love and honor and respect for the hard work. I was always honored that he included me in the group to get the law changed to overcome Morgan versus Smith. Really believed in this way of life. Proud, gentle giant of a man. Lived a life. And I really appreciate hearing his memory coming up. Thinking about all those movements that we've done across the country. When he passed on, I didn't know about it, but they sent a runner all the way across the nation to love me. He had respect, and he let the people that worked with him, the peyote back, know how he passed on. It was a real spiritual moment, and I want you guys to know it. I cried really hard. I still cry for him. He really believed in this way of life, and I'm proud to have known the man. And I really hope that we never let the United States overcome our inherent sovereignty. Peyote is over 10,000 years old, 5 times older than Jesus. And it's our way of life. I'm glad to be taught by Navajo brothers the way of the Peyote Road. Haishka.
Thank you. Okay.
Hi there. I'm from Dalawana. Anyone else from Dalawana? This is what we now call South Texas, San Antonio. My name is Robert. And that is, as many of you, I'm sure, are aware, the land where many of these sacred medicines originate. And I really thank you for all of your work that you're doing on this. But I do want to ask about how we can ensure that we and other peoples around us who might not be federally recognized can retain access to our sacred medicines that come from our land. I do understand and appreciate the reasons for the focus on federally recognized tribes, but that puts the power in the hands of the United States government to decide who has access to our sacred medicines. So what do you think that we should do to make sure that we have the right language and right policies in order to ensure that everyone who should has access?
I know that question came up before. So in our national organization, Native American Church of North America, it's Canada, Mexico, Inc. So everything that we're doing, advocating for, You know, I mean, you guys are protected.
Yeah.
There's paperwork right here for exactly what you're asking for. So feel free to come up here, you know, and take some of this paperwork. Actually, we got a chapter that's affiliated from Texas. And just the questions and the concerns that y'all have from your area.
That's us,
Yeah. So they're on board and they're supporting and all their tribal leadership. So they're getting resolutions and, you know, supporting their efforts too. So that way everyone's like, you know, everyone's all on the same page. You know, we don't want nobody left behind. Whatever ceremonial you belong to, whatever medicines you utilize. You know, so make sure everything, all our bases are covered, you know, so.
Brother Pancho?
Yeah.
Can I have my special guest introduce herself?
Okay.
I have a young Dene woman from Low Mountain, and she's been raised through peyote, so I just want her to introduce herself.
Okay, all right, you can come on up here, so. Have your good, kind intention relatives.
Hi, Harvey. Yase Shea Ali Jean Chef Kiani Nishlan Do Manish Editachi Ibashchin Ashe Dashite Do Kiani Edishanele Akut Ego Sen Nishlan Jetes Alkuyaden EC Nasha Do University of Washington Ditch Old Clap. My name is Ali G. I am a second-year master's in public health student at the University of Washington, but I'm from Low Mountain, Arizona, like Shauna mentioned. My family grew up around using sacred medicine and very grateful for all of the teachings, and I truly believe that that is how I made it to my master's program. My focus is community-oriented public health practice, and I think having access to our medicines, our ways of life, our ceremonies, and our languages is very much intertwined with our health. And I just hope to contribute to the health and well-being of our people in the future. And thank you all for the great work that you are doing in trying to decriminalize the sacred medicine. And wish you all have a great day and great lunch. Nice to meet you.
Okay, I just want to thank this young lady here for pursuing her education. It's very important. So with that being said, we'll just put a comma right there. I know it's lunchtime now, so. But this evening, our legislative chair, he was supposed to do a report, but I'm sure he's running around here. But we'll, on our NACNA Facebook page, you guys are all invited to his engagement. He's gonna get engaged at dinner. So you guys come on over. You guys can come on over. We'll post the location. It's gonna be some good food. That little grandson there, his dad's a certified chef. You know, he did a couple of documentaries on Chops, on all those Food Network movies. So it's gonna be real good. So with that being said, I want to thank everyone. Thank our NCAI staff here. And God bless each and every one of you. Happy Thanksgiving. And have a good, thankful time with your families and loved ones. And be proud of who you are. And so, God bless. We'll see you all again. I hope.